Holberg Prize Laureate Stephen Greenblatt, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the University of Bergen's new magnificent Aula Magna and to this year's Holberg Symposium, which will be followed by the Holberg Lecture. I would like to welcome in particular Holberg Prize Laureate Stephen Greenblatt, as well as the panelists on the symposium today. The symposium and the lecture give us a good opportunity to reflect on important topics within the laureate's scientific and scholarly work. It is an arena for discussing different perspectives and views related to these topics. Reflections and discussions are, as we all know, essential and necessary activities within the academic fields which are covered by the Holberg Prize. Thus, from a pure academic point of view, the symposium and the lecture may be regarded as the most valuable and most interesting events related to the Holberg Prize. Let me say just a few words about the Holberg Prize itself. As many of you know, the Holberg Prize was established by the Norwegian Parliament in 2003, and it is administered by the University of Bergen. The prize is named after Ludvig Holberg, who was a professor at the University of Copenhagen in the 18th century, with contributions in almost all of the fields which are covered by the Holberg Prize. The Holberg Prize is dedicated to the fields of arts and humanities, social science, law, and theology. The prize is meant to fill a gap in the academic world, as there are very few high-profile international prizes in these fields, compared to the natural sciences and medicine. We are proud to observe that the Holberg Prize has become one of the most prestigious scientific prizes in the world, and we are very happy that we have been given the opportunity to host the prize events here in Bergen, Ludvig Holberg's hometown. The university has appointed a board for the prize, and the prize is awarded by the board on behalf of the University of Bergen and on the recommendation of the Holberg Prize Academic Committee, which consists of outstanding international scholars in the fields of the prize. The prize winner, it's said, must have had a decisive influence on international research in his or her field, for instance, through the development of new theory, knowledge, or insight, through making innovative uses of existing theories, or through the methods that are applied. The prize winner's contributions may be interdisciplinary or within one particular discipline. With Stephen Greenblatt as the winner of the 2016 prize, we can safely say that all those criteria are more than fulfilled. A prize of this significance and size deserves a solemn ceremony and splendor, which we will get tomorrow at the award ceremony here in this Aula Magna and at the evening banquet for invited guests hosted by the Norwegian government. However, the program here today is the important academic and scientific event in the Holberg Prize week. I'm confident that we can look forward to today's event with anticipation and excitement. Again, I welcome all of you, and I'm pleased to give the floor to the Academic Director of the Holberg Prize, Professor Ellen Mortensen. Welcome all of you.
Good morning. It is a privilege and a pleasure to introduce this year's Holberg Prize winner, Stephen Greenblatt, in whose honor the symposium is being conducted. Stephen Greenblatt is currently John Cogan University Professor of the Humanities at Harvard University and is a world-renowned Renaissance and Shakespeare scholar who incarnates all the qualities of a Holberg Prize laureate. He exhibits a unique combination of exacting yet innovative scholarship, apparent in his impressive number of books and scholarly articles, with the ability to communicate with larger audiences. His academic career started at a young age, at least by Norwegian standards. He attended Yale University and graduated in 1964 at the age of 21 with a bachelor's degree in English. As one among a select few, his bachelor's thesis, entitled Three Modern Satirists, Waugh, Orwell, and Huxley, was published by Yale University Press in 1965. Equipped with a Fulbright Fellowship, he attended the University of Cambridge, where he earned another bachelor's degree in 1966. After a 2-year stay at Cambridge, Greenblatt returned to Yale, where he completed his doctorate in English in 1969. A revised version of his doctoral thesis appeared in 1973 as a book entitled Sir Walter Raleigh, The Renaissance Man and His Roles. Upon his graduation, Greenblatt moved to the West Coast, where he became an assistant professor at the University of California at Berkeley, and where he, in 1979, attained a full professorship. His westward transposition allowed him to attend, among other exciting happenings at Berkeley during the latter half of the 1970s, a series of lectures given by the French philosopher Michel Foucault. The Foucaultian resonance can be heard in his book from 1980, Renaissance Self-Fashioning, From Moore to Shakespeare. For many, this book marks the breakthrough as a scholar, and where he first introduced his new historicist approach to literature, which he later named Poetics of Culture. Around the same time, in 1982, he co-founded Representations, an interdisciplinary journal of culture. His many subsequent books, from Shakespearean Negotiations, The Circulation of Social Energy in Renaissance England from 1988, Marvelous Possessions, The Wonder of the New World from 1992, Hamlet in Purgatory from 2002, and Shakespeare's Freedom from 2010, attest to his prolonged fascination with the work of William Shakespeare, as well as with the Renaissance world, as it had expanded through colonial imperialism. In these works, Stephen Greenblatt is continually perfecting his cultural poetics approach to literature, whereby he engages with the text while insisting on the complex interchanges and negotiations that occur between literature and the world. At the same time, he articulates his own personal perspective on the texts as a scholar of the 20th and the 21st century, and attempts thereby to relate these texts to the most pressing questions of his time. By opening up these Renaissance texts to the cultural and political energies of the world from which they emerge, while at the same time discussing them in light of his context, Greenblatt's fresh and nuanced readings of these texts make the voices of the dead come to life. Thus, over the course of 4 decades, he has been able to invigorate a literary legacy that was in danger of becoming antiquarian due to excessive formalism in the 1950s and 60s. In this sense, he has transformed the study of literature and history alike and created a new distinct method of reading, a feat that was not achieved without resistance from within the institution. But Greenblatt has held his ground, and the exceptional quality of his scholarship has over the years been widely recognized, both within and outside academia. In more recent years, with the publication of Will in the World, How Shakespeare Became Shakespeare from 2005, and The Swerve, How the World Became Modern from 2011, Greenblatt has succeeded in reaching millions of readers outside academia. For the latter book, The Swerve, he was awarded both the National Book Award and the Pulitzer Prize. In addition to being a world-renowned scholar, Greenblatt has also held a number of important institutional leadership positions, such as president of the Modern Language Association. He has also served as the general editor of the Norton Shakespeare from 1997 to 2008, and he's been a main editor of the Norton Anthology of English Literature from its 8th edition on, from 2005. He has furthermore edited numerous other compilations and anthologies, including Cultural Mobility, a manifesto for 2009. Hence, throughout his academic career, Professor Greenblatt has made a major impact on the fashioning of English and American literary studies, both in the US and in Europe. He is also a permanent fellow at the Wissenschaftskolleg zu Berlin. It is a most worthy laureate and preeminent scholar that we today celebrate by holding the symposium in his honor. The laureate has himself been at liberty to choose the theme for the symposium, which is entitled Art in Life, Life in Art. For the occasion, he has invited 8 distinguished scholars and artists to take part in this interdisciplinary event. Professor Greenblatt will himself introduce his invited guests. And before I ask Professor Greenblatt to step up to the podium and take charge of his symposium, I am instructed to read the following practical information. It's sort of a fall in the program, but bear with me. In case of an evacuation, please use the emergency exits at the long side of the room and the main exits in the back. Move outside in a calm and orderly fashion and gather by the statue in front of the museum. I have also been instructed to inform you that the lavatories are to be found in the lower ground of the building. That said and done, I have for this asked Professor Greenblatt to step up to the podium and to take charge of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mortensen. Thank you, Professor Grønmo. Dear guests and friends, I'm honored that you're here. The overarching purpose of this symposium, with its remarkable array of speakers who so kindly and generously agreed with very little notice to come to this event, is to investigate the border or the seam, the secret hidden place or the public playground at which art and life meet and touch one another. Of course, my array of metaphors already reveal a conceptual uneasiness on my part. There is an art, says a character in Shakespeare, there is an art which does mend nature, change it rather. So here at least, art is distinct from life, insofar as life is whatever it is that's meant by nature. It is this distinction, this separation, that enables art to have the power to mend or to change what might otherwise seem fixed and determined. Yet at this fundamental moment of recognition, a recognition of difference, of separation between art and nature, the same character pulls back in Shakespeare and corrects himself. But the art itself is nature, the character says. So works of art are somehow detached from the world, not only in their formal features, but also in their ability to ignore, suspend, or transform, to mend or change the conditions that govern existence. Yet at the same time, works of art are fully part of the world. They possess the power to represent everything around them, and that power is part of the natural inheritance of our species. This is the general problem, as I conceived it, that I hope the symposium would directly, or in some cases indirectly, address. I wanted us to explore the ways in which pieces of life pass into the formal structure of artworks, and the ways in which these works function in the lives of their own times and in the times that follow. I had originally imagined that there would be one session on the visual and the other on the verbal, and that distinction is reflected a conviction that the medium of art is a crucial part of the functioning of that work in the world. But in reality, as you'll see, even though that distinction is very loosely reflected in today's panels, it turned out to be impossible to create two neatly distinct groups. All of my speakers are at once too alert to verbal nuance and at the same time too gifted in their engagement with the visual to be bounded securely in one camp or another. So I want to say a few very brief words of introduction. You'll have some also information in your program, but Ellen Mortensen has been quite strict about the amount of time that I have. I want to say a few words of introduction to the individual speakers, each of whom I want to say first and foremost that I treasure as my intimate friend and my interlocutor. I will not even attempt to enumerate all of their accomplishments or to capture the scope and importance of their work. I can do little more than speak their names, as Yeats does of his heroes in one of his poems, and I can count on the fact that the names themselves will speak volumes to you. But I will say a word or two about the first four, and then reserve the second four until the second panel. So, in order of their speaking today, Horst Bredekamp is our greatest contemporary exemplar and fashioner of Bildwissenschaft, that is, the study of visual objects not as images living in a sphere of aesthetic independence, but rather as shaping our lives and understanding of the world and of ourselves. In a succession of astonishing books appearing with alarming frequency, he has illuminated the ways in which science, technology, medicine, and other fields carry their meanings through pictures, and the ways in which the making of these pictures shapes the available meanings. I have only gestured to a small part of Bredekamp's interests, which reach from Leibniz to Darwin, which extend to religion, to political power, to philosophy, to gardens, to architecture, to football. His curiosity, his passion are limitless. The second speaker for this morning, Joseph Koerner, is and has long been one of my constant and unfailing sources of inspiration. He manages somehow to combine a fine-grained, nuanced, intimate understanding of the making of art objects with a literary sensibility, that is, with an alertness to the complex play of symbols and to the claims that these symbols make upon those who behold them. He's written an array of path-breaking studies, each of which seems to stake out a new territory. Labyrinths, Caspar David Friedrich's haunted landscapes, Dürer's astonishing self-portraits, iconoclasm, the fate of the altarpiece after Luther, the culture and history of Vienna, Bosch and hatred, Bruegel's humanity. I will not attempt again here to describe a single thread through these amazingly varied achievements, but I can only say that the thread is woven from the gifts of a brilliant writer and a large-spirited human being. Years ago, now to turn to the third speaker, years ago, with an hour to spare before I caught my flight back to the United States, I stood in a small gallery in Cape Town, South Africa, and I stared with wonder at a suite of prints called Sound from the Thinking Strings. They were powerful images deploying a mythology that was entirely new to me, and a set of images that were strange and wonderful. Fascinated, mystified, and moved by what I was seeing, I struck up a conversation with the person standing next to me, who turned out to be none other than the artist herself. It was very fortunate that I loved those objects. From this very brief meeting has flowered my deep admiration for Pippa Skotnes. Pippa is not only a visual artist of immense gifts, she's also an astonishingly impressive bookmaker, an historian, a visionary curator and archivist, an anthropologist and a historian of anthropology. She told me once that her father, himself a celebrated artist, told her to create something every day. She's created a whole world. Homi Bhabha, Homi Bhabha's writings in post-colonial theory are likely to be well known to many people already in this room. He's changed the way in which we all think about hybridity, mimicry, sly subversion, the ambivalent spaces of enunciation. He's also, in more recent years, turned his formidable intelligence and subtlety to contemporary art in a set of essays and also ongoing engagements with contemporary artists. What you do not know, however, is that a long time ago, when I first read Jacques Derrida, I found myself utterly perplexed. I'm afraid that I do not understand this, I confess to a close friend of mine, Joel Feynman, who was, like me, an assistant professor at Berkeley. "Ah," he said, "you should talk to someone named Homi Bhabha." Homi at that time was teaching in England, and I had to wait a few months to fulfill my mission, but the moment finally came, and I was immediately touched by his brilliance and his pedagogical patience, as well as his exceptional human warmth. Though Homi did his best, I will not make any claims for my understanding of the intricacies of deconstruction. But I will tell you that from that moment on, we were friends and have remained so across many decades. These are the speakers for this first session, and I will ask them, we'll begin. How should we ask them all to come up, Ellen, or now, or should we ask them to come up one by one? One by one, okay. So then I will ask first Horst Bredekamp, if he would come to the podium to talk about the symbiosis of art, of nature and art. Thank you, Horst Bredekamp.
Dear Stephen Heward, thank you for your wonderful words. It is an utmost pleasure and a privilege being able to speak at this wonderful opportunity. Dear esteemed auditorium, with his capacity for brilliant associations, Stephen Greenblatt gave me the cue for my lecture. In my book about early symbols of evolution several years ago, I tried to show that, for Darwin, the emblem of nature's self-evolvement as a whole was not the tree, but the coral. This was consequential in that corals turn the boundary drawn between natural processes and human works porous. Soft as an organic being when underwater and at the same time growing like bushes, corals turn hard as stone when exposed to the air, where they offer themselves to humans as nature's gift of jewelry. This myth recorded by Ovidius and Plinius accorded this species an outstanding significance. Corals were not only a species of sign of peace between nature and humans, as Pietro de Cortona showed in his paintings, but also at the same time a substantial symbol of a vector that seems to extend into human skill. In the coral boxes of the periods around 1600, the forms of nature segue seamlessly into the work of man, so that, especially here in the foreground, it would remain unclear where the playful power of nature, lusus naturae, ended and where the work of man began. Stephen Greenblatt answered with a reference to Ariel's song and Shakespeare's The Tempest. Full fathom 5, thy father lies, of his bones are coral made. Those were pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him doth fade, but does suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Constant change into something rich and strange will be the motto for my lecture. The trust and the capacity for constant transformation that left behind all dichotomous constructions of opposite poles, like nature versus art, inorganic versus organic, and artifact versus life, was rooted in the decades around 1600, which celebrated the capacities of the hand as no other epoch had. This is why the decades around 1600 have received the name mannerism, derived from hand, manus. This capacity stops at no boundary, and thus also not at the separation among the artistic media. The self-portrait by the Dutch artist Hendrik Goltzius in the form of his own hand from around 1580 is not only striking due to the scrupulously rendered depiction of the gristly structure and accentuation of the veins between the skin, but also due to the precision of the lines on the surfaces that betray the technique of gravure painting, printing. The precision of these swellings, parallel lines that continuously converge and diverge again seems to imply a mechanical gravure of the copper plate. But this is an illusion. Unfathomably, the hand is not printed but drawn, thus becoming a symbol of mannerism that is willing to overthrow even the strictest oppositions. The incunable of this principle, in my view, was created by the Dutch miniaturist Joris Hoefnagel. The fireflies, seated on the leaf, throw shadows as if they weren't drawn objects of demonstration, but real creatures that could lift into the air at any moment. The fact that this is more than a metaphor becomes clear upon examining more closely the bottommost firefly, whose wings reveal porous and missing parts. While the body of the insect has been drawn, its wings have been glued to the surface by the artist. If they hadn't been damaged over the centuries in some parts, the mutual assimilation would be perfect. Here is the picture itself that is nature and simulacrum at the same time. Nature has assimilated art, and art has assimilated nature. Perhaps no one besides Shakespeare, as we just heard, has brought the surmounting of the seemingly sharp line into a more fitting formula than the poet Torquato Tasso. According to his dictum, it is nature itself that, in a game shifting the scales, imitated an art that in turn presents itself as an imitator of nature. I quote, "Art appears like nature, who for pleasure jokingly imitates her own imitator," end quote. This is the fundamental principle of what we call mannerism. The jump from nature into art and from art into nature already puts into question the boundary drawn between the two dimensions. It becomes completely problematic when, in depicting itself, nature is both natural object and symbol at the same time. Thus, we come to the second point, serpentines as an intrinsic symbol. Since Dürer's drawing in the margin of Maximilian I's prayer book, at the latest, spirals have been regarded as the abstraction of every possible, especially here, of every possible form of motion, not only in nature, but also in the power of invention. In his Fortress book, Dürer traced these forms to the line, the circle, and the S form, in which the potency of all designs develop. In the picture's capacity for abstraction lies the possibility of grasping extreme complex situation at one stroke. Jacopo Ligozzi's depiction from around 1600 of a pair of entwined snakes is an example of how the picture and the symbol of what is depicted can connect with each other. In the middle of the page devoted to the species, the snakes seem to rise out of the surface of the paper. They cast shadows by raising themselves and seeming to threateningly dart their tongues around. The seemingly living bodies twist in a visually balanced X form, which opens towards the left against the direction in which one reads, thereby creating the semantics of danger already by means of this contrariness. Nature nestles into its own symbolic form. The naturalist Sibylle Merian created extremely striking pictures for this principle. Some of the insects she drew during her expedition in Suriname around 1700 show how pictures are able to abstract and generalize the phenomena on a second level, and part of this is the depiction of the manioc plant. The Sphinx moth depicted at the upper left is one of these figures that mix precision and abstraction, in that its proboscis ends in a form resembling a treble clef, which is not found this extremely in nature itself. The researching artist radicalizes the moth as a sign for all of nature by taking up the movements and exaggeration and exaggerating them into a sign that is presented in the snake's tail. Recognizably for those in the know, in the interplay between the snake's tail and the moth's proboscis, nature moves into the pictorial metaphor of its inner structure of motion. In the picture of nature, nature's law of motion and transmutation becomes an abstract pictorial form that is organically inscribed in what is depicted as a symbol of itself. Nature is a hybrid between itself and the picture of its symbolic form. Vitally important for this continuing history was the English artist and art theoretician William Hogarth, who transferred the S-line of all of nature into a spiral by winding it around a three-dimensional cone, thereby grasping anew the potential for motion of nature as well of human imaginative and calculating power. As Winfried Menninghaus revealed, Charles Darwin's concept of beauty as variety, on which his principle of sexual selection is based, explicitly refers to Hogarth's line of beauty. Hogarth's snaking S-line clarifies the principle that Darwin developed as a second model of evolution, beauty as a function of the search for change, symbolized in the climbing plant that entwines the tree as an organic symbol of all of nature. Darwin adopted this definition of natural beauty as the unwavering search for variability, that is, for the deviation symbolized in interweaving and in the curving line. This process of a harmony between nature and symbol has grown in strength. An especially striking example is the primary symbol of the last 50 years, the double helix. The mobilization of the S-line into a spatially three-dimensionalized and reproduced spiral, as Paul Klee's pedagogical textbook developed it, urges itself upon us out of nature as its gestalt into the world of symbols. The tremendousness of the diagram of the double helix created by the artist Odile Crick. Epistemologically, it makes the viewer's hair stand on end. In the last 25 years, the diagrammatic focusing of this double helix has been relativized again and again, including and especially by genetic research itself. But the problem remains that Dürer's invention of an abstracted picture of the latency of all natural processes in a related form that nature provides or is read out of nature. One could argue that this process works in drawings alone, whereas the indexical character of photography overcomes this latent contingency of drawings like that of the double helix fabricated by the artist Odile Crick, wife of Francis Crick. We thus come to the third point, symbolization in drawing and photography. An example may make this clear. The results of the Baudin exhibition that French naturalists undertook from 1800 to 1804 are especially impressive in the depictions of jellyfish. The watercolor of Koerner Lamarck grandly shows is extending a bell so that the tentacles have less tension and cease swinging horizontally. In the Crusoaria hysocella, the tentacles are raised around the bell so that the view is open to its manubrium, or stomach stalk, whose parts are minutely characterized but also dramatized by means of differentiation in color. The coloration intensifies and clarifies using systematic aspects along which exact depiction. The watercolor adheres to the double game of accurate closeness to nature and analytic emphasis. Let us compare it with the key creature of recent biology, once again a jellyfish. Aquaria victoria, a species native to the northern Pacific. Under its dark calotte, the inner arches of its bell radiate as serially phosphorescently as its manubrium and its tentacles with cnidoctites. The jellyfish seems as if illuminated from below by a bright spotlight aimed precisely at the part of its body to let it light up against the darkness of the sea. The tightrope walk between closeness to nature and analytic clarification that the drawing carries out has flowed artistically into the processing of the photograph. The photo has taken on characteristics of the drawing in order to fulfill its analytical function. Nature remains understandable also and especially through the analytic and thereby thoroughly symbolizing modes of depiction. This is the astonishing consequence that brings us to the fourth point, the symbiosis of picture and nature as the principle of Neomannerism. The Aquaria victoria is famous for the fact that its proteins use calcium ions to produce blue light when its skin is touched. This blue light now acts as a stimulatory source for the jellyfish's green fluorescent protein, which releases absorbed energy in the form of green fluorescent light. At the beginning of the 1990s, scientists found out that this protein also exerts the bioluminescence effect in other organisms when placed under UV radiation. In recent years, this effect has led to the phenomenon that scientists have begun to paint within nature, so to speak. In order to match the image expectations of scientific analysis, the technique of stimulated emission depletion produces new organ parts. A fluorescent molecule is introduced into the living specimen that is to be examined. The molecule's light signals take the position of the object to be investigated. The indicator becomes part of what is to be indicated. Nature itself is manipulated to become light. A variant of this procedure is optogenetics, in which, by means of a retrovirus, sequences of algae and jellyfish genes that codify fluorescent proteins are inserted into nerve cells. When stimulated with blue light, these cells react, making it possible to map neural networks in a way previously impossible. To obtain images of a natural form, a hybrid is first produced, a chimera that has the ability to produce pictures. Chimeras emerge whose right to exist lies in their pictorially active potential. With this, however, a new symbolic concept of nature appears that comprises nature as well as the observer's visual expectations. The craving for images produces monsters, in the sense of monstrare, to show. They are creatures of the visualization of nature. These creatures are the work of humans, but they are also part of the biosphere, not its metaphor. And with this, they are hybrids that are immune even to the conceptual scalpel. By means of a light-induced activation of brain cells in mice produces a color image of their memory faculty. By this is not what is most outrageous. Much more astonishing is the possibility of turning paths of image creation into channels of control and order. Image analysis becomes a medium of command at the speed of light. This bridges the gap to synthetic biology, whose construction of newly designed organisms have been close to the visual arts from the beginning. Produced last year, an albino, on the left, a goldfish that is able to glow but not to reproduce itself, is a work of art in the long series of bioworks that stretches back to the 1930s. This also goes for the self-luminous tobacco plant created by the cell biologist Stephen Howell, which the artist Rainer Maria Matusek redefined as an artwork. It is clear to both sides that synthetic biology can be defined equally as bioart or as gene technology. This is even truer for xenobiology, which, as its name, biology of the alien and strange, xeno, already suggests, has begun to produce a new nature as an artistic creator. The most disgusting emblem of a hierarchically oriented diagram of evolution, Ernst Haeckel's tree of evolution, was used to formulate the program of a xenobiological beginning of a new epoch of creation, that of man. The artist Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg took this interplay to an extreme by working with researchers on creatures intended to help keep biological systems from breaking down and to create new forms of ergonometric organic machines like the bioremediation unit, which is called like this here. I come to the conclusion. A basic characteristic that drives art and research forward concurrently lies in the mania to approach nature artificially until, through its presence, it determines art itself. This is the principle of overcoming separations, and this tendency seems to be owed to a basic manneristic trait, as was salient in Höfnagel. All these phenomena and problems have a critical and arousing aspect, and so it is all the more important that they be captured in a theory. It remains to be seen whether the closed circuit of the connection between picture and organism is a magical or a vicious circle. But in any case, this is a zone that permits us to speak of our times as a neo-mannerism. If the observation is accurate that our epoch, independent of disciplines and fields of knowledge, can be understood as an age of neo-mannerism, then both sides, the positive and the negative, ought to be encompassed more powerfully in a theory of our time. A term like neo-mannerism is not yet a theory, but perhaps the phenomena described here can be grasped more clearly when they are connected with it. A constant, I quote again, change into something rich and strange. This line from The Tempest is Shakespeare's motto for our times. Thank you.
get in or out. Thank you, Horst. My head is spinning, I must say. And I don't think it's because it's a vicious circle, a magic circle. So I will now ask our second speaker, who is fortunately inside, not trying to get in. Should we wait a second? Yeah. Should we continue or should we wait a second, Ellen? What do you think? Yeah. Maybe it's trying to tell us something. Ah. Good. Our second speaker, Joseph Koerner, will be talking about enemy painting, and the enemy is just without. Joseph, thank you. Just when I teach together, he's taught me to be patient.
Be patient.
With these moments.
That's a good sign. So I'm so very honored to speak at this celebration of my colleague, my mentor, and my friend, Stephen Greenblatt. So I'll begin where we teach together at Harvard. World War II had ended, but signs still lingered at our university. Returning GIs doubled the incoming class, compelling the university to convert gymnasia into dorms. To signal its return to normalcy, Harvard revived the prestigious Norton Lectures, which had been suspended during the war. These public lectures were intended to treat poetry in the widest sense. Poetry meant poiesis, defined by Aristotle as the bringing forth of something new. To resuscitate these lectures, the university invited an unlikely speaker. The German Jewish émigré Erwin Panofsky was a towering figure in the field of art history. Steeped in classical learning, he had pioneered new approaches to meaning in the visual arts. Panofsky was a notoriously difficult writer, however, not the obvious choice for talks aimed at a general audience. But he rose to the occasion, taking as his topic the history of early Netherlandish painting. And here's the sort of thing he treated: Jan van Eyck's depiction of a patron in dialogue with the Virgin and Christ. Panofsky endeavored to explain the amazing poetry that made a painted wooden panel look like a slice of life. Panofsky also puzzled over one effect of this artistry. Miracles could be shown physically to occur, but now they had to look like events unfolding on our mundane side of the picture plane. And this caused problems for symbolism. Symbols, the lifeblood of Christian art, now had to be incorporated into the represented world. Christ atoned for the sin of Adam and Eve, so the artist smuggled our first parents in as a crafted element of the room's decor. Panofsky found such hidden symbols, and he interpreted them. This activity was, by his definition, humanistic. He examined certain records left behind by man, and he deciphered them as humane communiques. But at the close of his final lecture, he met his nemesis. Hieronymus Bosch was famously obscure already at his death in 1516, exactly 500 years ago this year. And this painter's work has baffled viewers ever since. The problems are fundamental. To say no consensus has been reached belies the animus that fuels the quest. For one erudite, this painter celebrates carnal pleasures. For his colleague in the audience, it damns the flesh. One recognizes a false utopia, another an alchemical tract, a third a Jewish marriage canopy, an Aztec calendar combined. Amity finds no toehold on this carousel of love. For Panofsky, this dilemma had one cause. Originally, the work had a key. Now the key was lost, closing the work off from us. Faced with an artifact he couldn't, as it were, befriend, Panofsky closed his lectures with the words, "This too high for my wit, I prefer to omit." In the same year, 1947, another German art historian made it public. He had found the key. Wilhelm Frenger had begun his search 5 years earlier while the Allies bombed his city to rubble. Now returned to decimated Berlin, Frenger revealed his discovery. Now, Bosch's triptych resembled a triptych altarpiece, a Christian altarpiece, and scholars struggled to understand how this could be the case, given the display of nudity. Frenger's solution was simple. The work was an altarpiece, but not a Christian one. It was the cult object of a bizarre sect which performed its orgiastic rites secretly in Bosch's hometown, here an 18th century fantasy of Adamites, and here how Frenger thought Bosch's painting would have hung, enticing initiates to group sex in order to return by way of lawless copulation to paradise, to the innocence of Adam and Eve. Frenger published his solution in a book titled Das Tausendjährige Reich. His publishers balked at the title because, in their words, this, quote, Nazi catchphrase could easily lead to errors, end quote. Also strange for a German in 1947, Frenger proposed that the painting's mastermind had been a Jew, possibly a backsliding convert to Christianity. Frenger arrived at this theory in 1944 and shared it with only one man. That man was Carl Schmitt, and in 1947 he sat in prison in Nuremberg awaiting possible prosecution for war crimes. He had been Germany's most brilliant and controversial jurist, and most famously the inventor of the idea that politics rests on a distinction between enemies and friends. While politics are ordinarily pursued within a legal order through debate and election, Schmitt argued that the legal order itself arises out of a life and death struggle with an enemy. In 1933, by arguing the legality of Hitler's seizure of power, he strove to become the juridical Führer of the Führer. After the war, Schmitt was taken into US custody in Nuremberg. His defense? He didn't make Nazi law, he only interpreted it. Other questions were harder to evade. The first one, heading a questionnaire given to him upon his detainment, was, "Wer bist du?" Who are you? To which the Schmitt gave a torturous answer penned in prison under the title The Wisdom of the Cell. Feeling himself naked before his captors, for whom he was the absolute enemy, a criminal against humanity potentially, Schmitt returned to the resources of his own thought. He translated the question, "Who are you?" into what was for him the a priori, "Who is my enemy?" To which the authoritarian jurist replied, "Self is the enemy. It is what seeks a new paradise in and through itself." And it is here that Bosch's masterpiece rose up as the very image of that enemy. Schmitt writes, "This is the true yearning of the I-crazy, this the new paradise, the Adamitic pleasure of the garden of delights that Hieronymus Bosch set down on panel in white nakedness." The Bosch that haunts Schmitt's cell is Frenger's fantasy, a crypto-Jewish champion of carnal bliss. In 1946, Frenger had sent Schmitt the typescript of Das Tausendjährige Reich. On the eve of his imprisonment, Schmitt was still sending Frenger corrections. It's likely he brought the text with him to jail. But its findings were also known to Schmitt, since Frenger had outlined them in 1944 in a letter to Schmitt. Frenger felt indebted to Schmitt, having enlisted one of the jurist's doctoral students to troll the Dutch archives for Jews in Bosch's milieu. The timing is bizarre. The Nazi occupiers deported some 100,000 Jews from the Netherlands, of whom only about 5,000 would escape extermination. Frenger admitted to Schmidt in 1944 that the search for Bosch's Jewish patrons was uncomfortable, unbequem. But he assured the anti-Semitic jurist that this sleuthing would yield great results. Frenger also asked Schmidt to be his own eyes for him when in 1944 the jurist was able to visit the Prado in Madrid and stare at what Frenger termed the concentration point in Bosch. Now, Schmidt was right about one thing. Bosch is, in my view, an expert in enmity. Hatred was, so to speak, his professional speciality. At the beginning of a stage in European art when, due to an expanding art market, painters' shops narrowed their production to pictures of particular saleable types, portraits, landscapes, etc., Bosch made portraying enemies his trademark skill. The devil's hatred of people, people's hatred of people. The Jews' hatred of Christians, the reciprocal hatred of Christians for Jews, the murderous hostility between Islam and Christendom, the hatred directed towards an us by an invisible conspiring them, and the wrath of God that consumes just about everybody. This global economy of loathing stands not just portrayed in Bosch's pictures, it is performed in them, as if his brush were an instrument of enmity. Hatred contaminates. The aversions these images depict defiles how they act on us and how we react to them. Uncertain whether the image is for us or against us, we turn against each other. Bosch was buried on August 9th, 1516, and if his masterpiece ever had a key or even a title, the artist took them with him to his grave. However, Bosch also built his artwork to act like a time bomb, to set and to detonate in any here and now. I wrote those words in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I'm reading them now at this festive gathering of Stephen's friends, and Bosch's revelers are still pursuing their pleasures on the grassy plain. Chaotic at the edges, their activities form a circle around the center, as if what drives them also binds them by a gravitational force. Time's arrow seems here to bend, until drawn into the circle, it can't escape. From the ceaseless present, Bosch directs a host of eyes towards us, focusing the image on us, allowing art to pass into life. So what happens in Eden that also is happening now in Bergen? It's an event never before imagined by a work of art. It's not yet the marriage of Adam and Eve, when God joins them hand in hand, and it's not yet even their meeting, when they rush towards each other in mutual attraction. No, this moment is the nanosecond after Eve's creation from Adam's rib, when Adam opens his eyes from sleep and first beholds his mate. A fleeting Augenblick, it is a momentous moment nonetheless. Divine creation now stands complete, and natural procreation takes over. Plants, animals, humans must seed themselves according to their kind. Here begins the story the Bible tells of trespass and expulsion, and afterwards of human history. Bosch tells what Stephen Greenblatt in his master class yesterday called an origin story. The artist urges us to think this way, that is, to read the scene as an episode within an origin story. Using the mobile structure of the triptych, he casts the creation scene on the triptych's outer shutters here as Act 1, implying that the inner ones are acts that follow, and in the right panel of that open state, he displays the story's grim conclusion. The scenes of hell make it hard not to read the triptych as showing left to right a beginning, a middle, and an end. So what happens? Adam gazes at Eve shamelessly, for as the Bible states, before the fall, quote, they were both naked and were not ashamed. Shameless, mesmerized looking is the only human action in Bosch's scene, save perhaps for the blood flushing Adam's cheeks. But what does looking do? To glimpse the disaster now occurring, we can follow the vector of Adam's gaze. The men rotating around the pool of women act out the desire that began with Adam's regard. This sight line passes through Eve's downcast eyes to what looks to be Eve again, now grabbed by the wrist. The couple in the pod enact another step before the visual vector reaches the counterclockwise circle. The circular dance in the central panel waylays time's error, and it captures our gaze just as Adam's eye was trapped by Eve. Bosch highlights Eve's trellises with gold paint, tresses with gold paint, so that the fascination the image portrays gets repeated in the fascination the image causes. And as in the beginning, so too at the end, the vector of sight terminates in a vortex. The tree man, Bosch's oblique self-portrait, looks rearward over his ruined body via the pleasures that ruined him back to Adam, whose features he shares. The world's catastrophe begins and ends and happens in the picture's present tense. Bosch collapses the origin of evil into the now of our experience of his painting. He rolls the Bible story back to a fleeting instant before the fall when the only action was looking. And that is the disastrous action in which, of course, we are presently engaged. The picture puts us at the center, and at first this order seems to belong to the world that Bosch places on display, but this isn't the case. Fountain, pool, and parade align along the picture's central vertical axis, and the four surrounding formations, despite their capricious shapes, flank perfectly that center. Their symmetry receives support from outside, from the ensemble's triptych framework. Yet, on closer inspection, nothing is ordered in the painted world. The tips of those distant towers only look aligned, but they are in fact a protean object, consistent of crazy pinnacles, shimmering foliage, birds in flight. Theirs is an order located in the beholder, a symmetry at one with the tunnel vision of desire that trapped Adam and that traps me here and now in this fleeting moment of life. The brilliant colors of the central panel, unique in early Netherlandish painting, cause us to behold the world as if through idolatrous eyes. So Frenger was right in that one respect. The triptych does resemble a sacred object. Bosch built it that way. He built it to look like the idol of an unspeakable cult. The false hypothesis of secret heresy reveals something true. The painting's target was never some foreign or forgotten other, however. Its target group was always us, whoever and whenever we are. Painter of enemies, Bosch shows us what it looks like to see through enemy eyes. Carl Schmitt's response was shaped by Frenger, and thanks to Frenger, he took Bosch's naked revelers to be Adamites, although he grasped them differently, not as friends, but as enemies. To the eyes of the authoritarian jurist, nothing is as loathsome and perilous as the idea that, unfettered by law, people make love, not war. A corollary of the modern secular doctrine that everything in the world is entirely a human affair, this was liberal democracy taken to its apocalyptic extreme. The state of the spirit, wrote Schmitt of Bosch's art, is more gruesome than the state of nature in Hobbes. In Schmitt's mind, assimilated Jews were the preacher of this idea. Wearing, quote, masks of demonic enigmaticness, end quote, they promised world peace, tempting Christians to deny inborn corruption and turn from God. Behind such dangerous sermons lay the old enemy, Satan, who whispered in Eden and whispers still, there are no enemies. The uncanny feature of Schmitt's prison epiphany is that he, of all people, should have got Bosch right. In December 1933, 9 months after Hitler assumed total power in Germany, the novelist Ernst Jünger wrote to Schmitt to congratulate him on a new edition of the book, The Concept of the Political. Noting that modern thought had concealed the true nature of the enemy, Jünger observed that to glimpse that idea as Schmitt alone had done, one needs to look closely at Bosch. In Bosch, enmity stands inscribed in the order of things. It creates a world divided by difference, evil against good, animal against human, us against them, all engaged in a cosmic battle that begins and ends with God's struggle with Satan. The strangeness of Bosch's pictures, concludes Jünger, derives from the fact that the friend-enemy distinction has become strange to us, end quote. As a soldier in World War I, Jünger had reveled in the experience of total mobilization and in the 1930s he gave literary form to what he called the gripping spectacle of war in its pure Gestalt, end quote. In Junger's eyes, Bosch and Schmidt were the two unequaled portraitists of the enemy. Why then did Schmidt fail to see his own image in this painting? Schmidt insisted that the enemy is a concrete adversary intending to negate one's opponent's way of life. True, the enemy isn't exactly an objective category in that no third party observing the conflict from outside can properly grasp it. Quote, only the actual participants can know correctly, understand, and decide the concrete situation and settle the extreme case in conflict, end quote. The enemy is self-evident, but only to the combatants. Haunted by Bosch's painting, Schmidt's certitude falters. Pacing his own theories like the confines of his cell, he asks and re-asks the question, who is my enemy? Two lines of poetry come to mind. A sentence by the poet Theodor Deubler. Echoing Schmidt's writing throughout his career, this gnomic sentence allows the jurist to return to himself. The enemy is our own question as a figure, and he will hunt us and we him to the same end. Der Feind ist unsere eigene Frage als Gestalt, und wird uns, wir ihn, zu selben Ende hetzen. Our own question. This was the Nuremberg interrogators' who are you? It becomes here the enemy. And this makes the enemy peculiarly intimate, like a friend or a brother. The other is my brother, writes Schmidt. At the far end of his enemy painting, Bosch portrays the rearward-turned face of the self. Figure, or Gestalt in German, comes close to what Christian theology termed figura, something concrete and historical that through a likeness reveals something else that is also concrete and historical. Unlike the modern event as something self-sufficient and secure, figural understanding sees the event as at once concrete and concealed, a cloaked reality pointing beyond itself to the future battle between God and the devil. In May 1944, Schmidt spent several days in Lisbon in the company of Mircea Eliade, a philosopher of religion and a staunch supporter of Salazar's authoritarian rule in Portugal. Eliade had long conversations with Schmidt about Bosch. From these, Eliade concluded in his diary, quote, the air raids help the Germans to understand Bosch and to discover or rediscover themselves in him, end quote. In Nuremberg, Schmidt saw himself in Bosch, but misrecognized it as his enemy. With Ernst Jünger, the recognition was more terrible. Sent to the Caucasian front at the end of 1942, Jünger observed firsthand Goebbels' total war. Quote, there are boundaries set for sight, Jünger observes, trying to look away. Unbeknownst to him, Soviet forces were surrounding Germany's doomed Sixth Army outside of Stalingrad. The climax of Jünger's own crisis occurred on Christmas Eve as Jünger stood dangling midair in a goods cable lift above a deep ravine. While loudspeakers blasted Silent Night, Jünger looked down from his precarious perch onto scenes of unspeakable crimes. Then, like a veil over the acceptable, there arose the image. Jünger writes, from an opening in the ruined tower, an officer yells at the soldiers manning the heavy artillery. As in Bosch, people peek out of empty eggs and strange machinery, end quote. With Bosch, art passes into life in the extreme case. That makes him a special challenge to the humanities. Quote, I saw things that cross into the zoological, writes Jünger, unable, just for once, to turn life into art. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose it's the fate of powerful papers to start interacting with each other weirdly, like monsters independent of the agency of the people who give them. So xenobiology and the inner structure of motion somehow lifted itself out of Horst's paper and infiltrated the little lock on Adam's cheek and the strange motion of the figures dancing around the abyss in Bosch. It's extraordinary to hear those two papers, one after the other. I turn now to Pippa Skotnes with a sense of the complexity of rising on each of these, for each of these occasions as they accumulate, but Pippa to talk about the visible elsewhere. Pippa Skotnes, thank you.
We're there, yes. Indeed. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Stephen, for inviting me, and not least of all for so much of my work that's been influenced by yours. Thank you. My talk today centers on the nature of the book, both as an academic work in the humanities and as an artist's book that gives meaning to its form and medium. In this, I'm concerned with how, as an artist, I negotiate a broader world of scholarship, the visual, historical fragments, and texts, and draw on an expanded sensorium that engages both the material and the linguistic. Animating this work has been a long-term focus on both an archive of some tens of thousands of pages and documents produced in the 1870s in Cape Town, and on the desire of one of its contributors, Bhabha, to have his stories known to future generations by way of books. The archive was the work of a German philologist, Wilhelm Blake, and an Englishwoman, Lucy Lloyd, who worked together with a group of Tram, or Cape Bushman prisoners, including the old man named Bhabha. The men had been arrested for crimes against the British colony in 1869 and held captive in the Cape Town Breakwater convict station. In this talk, I want to speak about how these twin interests come together in the making of an artwork. This artwork both remembers the archive as a document of the past, given book form in the present, and joins a family of artworks, an ancestral family of artworks that share common compulsions. I want to do this in three parts. In the first, I will describe a cave in France that I visited in the 1990s. In the second, a hilltop in the plains of central South Africa. And in the third, the life and afterlife of two adolescent giraffes. So, opening out from the Volpe River in the French Ariège is a cave that extends almost a kilometer into the limestone mountain. It was once the domain of cave bears and later Magdalenian artists. Its outer grotto was known from the 17th century, but the mysterious, magnificent inner cave was only discovered in 1912 by the children and the dog of the Count Beguin, whose family it was and remains its only custodian. It is the cave of Tuc d'Audebert. I'd come to France mainly to see Lascaux, still then open for research visits. I preceded my visit by a tour of many of the Upper Paleolithic painted and engraved sites in the Dordogne and the Ariège. Each cave held its own wonders, challenging ideas about parietal art at its putative origin, and about the nature of those unknown and to some extent unknowable Ice Age people. My penultimate visit was to Tuc d'Audebert, which with its undisturbed mud floor preserving the footprints of the last Magdalenian visitors, was never open to the public and only rarely visited. It was what the French call a virgin cave, and my access to it was a gift of largesse from the Count Beguin, who guided us through its interior. We donned boots, knee pads, and overalls and carried flashlights. We were ferried along the lush, fern-lined Volp River into an outer cavern glistening with stalactites, and then led down a narrow passage, a long, dark, pitch-black wormhole, making a transition from the world without to the world within. The tunnel emptied into a series of low-ceilinged, dark, narrow chasms, opening up into a calcite-encrusted, shimmering white cavity. Beyond a track of tape signaled a narrow path along which we silently proceeded, stooping, treading carefully, never veering to the left or right into the darkness. The track advanced through low passages and larger caverns. There were few places to stand upright. On one side, the torchlight shaped the hollows in which cave bears had slept for the long Ice Age winters, their fur imprinted into the sides of their mud nests. The damp walls were streaked with their claw marks. The skulls were smashed by human visitors to take their teeth, perhaps for necklaces, and lay half buried in the white calcite surrounded by footprints. On the other side, shadows revealed impressions of the fingers and toes of a toddler, reindeer bone fragments gnawed on by a wolf, and a single coil of snake vertebrae left on a small ledge. In one place, the track skirted a small pool surrounded by heel prints and scooped traces of handfuls of clay, squeezed in the palm and discarded. At the end of the track was the salle terminale, and there we stopped and sat. As our eyes grew accustomed to the dark and silent cavern, the Count's flashlight illuminated two bison, modeled in clay, resting on a low clump of rocks. They are 15,000 years old, and yet the still damp surface of their clay figures belies their age. The presence of the maker palpably visible in the finger marks that shape the form of the bison heads and haunches. My artist's hands could feel the sensation of the clay modeled into form, creating texture to distribute light across surface. Involuntarily, I found myself mimicking the motion that pressed marks into the density of the clay to create the bison head and mane. The moment was thrilling, disorientating, and the space haunted by a sense that we were not alone, that the air we breathed was the air exhaled by the bison's progenitor, who was for that moment merely elsewhere. We traced our silent route back, returning to the filtered light of the Volp River. I'd read about this cave, its putative identity as an inner sanctuary, the home of a mother goddess or retreat of ritual seclusion, and yet I felt it was none of these things. Rather, to me, this cave was a place of transforming empathy and the collapse of time and space. It suggested a prefiguring of the book, the long track its spine, and on the sides its pages lying open, its story inscribed in the ground and on the walls. At the end of the book was the culminating transfiguration, where mud and clay were fashioned into artwork, and where artist and animal, reader and writer were bound together in a creative act of therianthropy. Michel de Certeau wrote that writers are founders of their own place, whereas readers are travelers, seeking, finding, then recalling, however imperfectly, a lost paradise. And this was not more true than in this cave. But I might never have thought of a cave as a book had I not, just before my visit, been sued by the National Library of South Africa for a copy of an artist's book I had made, but which I considered to be an artwork and therefore not subject to legal deposit. In answering the charge, I was obliged to consider both popular and legal definitions of the book and how these differs from the book I had made and yet wanted to make. It occurred to me that a set of pages held together by a spine might be the definition of many things apart from the codex, that form of the book that is now most ubiquitous. The spine was more important than the pages. It is not so much a structure focused on a binary of facing pages, as for instance, the twin tablets given to Moses, but on the figure of Moses himself holding the tablets aloft that prefigures the book. Moses becomes the authority by which the pages are made into codex, a book form reiterated by Christ himself, hanging on the spine of the cross, his arms and legs splayed, on which the story of the sacrifice and redemption is written in the blood of his wounds. Like the track of the cave, the book is anticipated in the paths of Bushman land in the arid regions of the Northern Cape of South Africa. Known as the Great Thirst Land, the place was once the home of the Tram, who lived as hunters and gatherers and the sole occupants until pastoralists arrived and later Dutch settlers who trekked beyond the borders of the British colony to graze their cattle there. For the Tram, land was not property. They inherited waterholes, and their stories, as well as the deeds of their ancestors, inhabited all the places of the thirst land. To live in the land was to read the paths that divided and united it. Every footpath or spoor, trail of insect or track of bird, color and depth of print yielded information. The sand recorded the movements of people and animals, and the path became the spine of the land, conveying its vital forces. Along the path blew the wind, transmitting the scent of animals, the news of rain, the sound of distant commandos. During their lives, the breath that people exhaled carried their stories along the wind in all the places of the land, and only those who were dead failed to leave their mark in the path. Bhabha was an old rainmaker who was released from a jail sentence for stealing a sheep to live in the home of Blake and Lloyd. He spoke of the ways in which the wind carried information along the paths of his homeland. "We are smoking's people," Bhabha said to Lucy Lloyd. "I sit smoking tobacco, listening and watching for a story, that it may float to my ear. I feel that my name floats along the path to my place. A story travels along the path, for I feel that a story is the wind." Not only stories, but the news of a coming relative or the arrival of springbuck was carried along the wind, and Bhabha would feel it as tappings in his body. For Bhabha, one of the central modes of existence was as a hunter, and springbuck his favorite prey. In his descriptions of hunting, the hunter, the path, the wind, and the animal are all inextricably bound together. Following a springbuck's footpath, Bhabha the hunter begins to feel the springbuck sensation. His head itches in the place of the springbuck's horns. He feels the black stripe on his nose and his forehead. He senses the blood pouring down the springbuck's legs. He feels the hooves of the springbuck kicking up the dust. To know how to read the tracks of the springbuck, he must think like a springbuck, smell its breath, become it. And in running it down in the heat of the day, he must share in its destination. For Bhabha, the desired end of the hunt is death, and the death of the animal. But to achieve that death, he must be willing to share the experience. The midday sun will exhaust the springbuck, but it will also exhaust him. He and the springbuck are bound together on the path, heading in the same direction, and the end of the path is death. When the animal dies, the hunter does not die with it, but the animal the hunter has partly become dies within him. For Bhabha, this death is feared, irrevocable, incremental, and foretells his own death when the hunter's own wind will blow away his footprints. Near Bhabha's home, there are several hilltops covered in large dolerite boulders. The boulders are volcanic, warmed and blackened by the summer sun and cracked and weathered by the cold winds of the winter nights. Rainwater gathers on the top of these boulders and in hollows, and many are covered with engravings. Hilltops were places where people rested, watched, and waited for the passing of game. And there are remains of hearths, stone tools, and ostrich egg water shell containers. From the hilltops could be seen the huge springbuck migrations which once resembled the stars of the Milky Way. Some of the more visible engravings appear to show the hunter and his prey. In one, on a natural path-like flange in a rock, an eland, head hanging down, hovers over a supine hunter holding his bow aloft. In another, a crouching hunter confronts and shoots arrows at the antelope from close quarters. In some, the surface of the figures is cross-hatched with uniting marks, and in others, the hunter has an antelope head, his posture mimicking the dying animal. Yet in all, at the end of the paths that converge on the top of the hill, the moment depicted is the moment before death. If death, as Richard Harrison writes, is an obligation for all who live, then it is defied in these images. For these are not mere images. They do not depict in the sense that we understand. They are rock and eland, like the clay and bison, a manifestation of a relationship made almost eternal by the artist's hand. The traum had no numbers, nor any color terms. Things were not reducible to just one of their aspects. An engraving was not of something, but it was the thing itself. And as the thing itself, eland, hunter, and stone, humankind was able to intervene in a natural order of things, so that not even the great lung that was the wind of every past life could blow away its traces. Bhabha lived with Blake and Lloyd for 2 more years until he announced that he must head on to the path that would lead him home once again to find his people's stories. During his time in Cape Town, he provided over 3,000 pages of information about his family, about life on the plains. For a narrator whose stories were regularly performed around the campfire, his dictation, written in a devised orthography, must have been a slow and lumbering equivalence, even if, as Ashelimbembe writes, the archive and its documents are inscribed in the universe of the senses. Bhabha told Lucy Lloyd that he wanted his stories to be known by way of books, yet he was speaking into an unknowable future, and, as the Symposium attests, to an entirely unimagined audience. In the embrace of his stories were the people who had seen huge herds of animals shot to death by Dutch farmers, who were themselves about to be exterminated. Bhabha was not a visual artist, yet he saw the book, like engravings of his ancestors, as a way to defy an inevitable death that for him was less than a year away. Today, the plains of the Northern Cape are occupied by sheep farmers, many of them descendants of those who claim Bhabha's land as their own. The farms are poor and overgrazed, and Traum descendants, now all Afrikaans speakers, labor on them as itinerant sheep shearers. On some farms, there's a move to rewild the land, stocking it with baboons and antelope, as well as lion and leopard, released briefly from enclosures to be killed by trophy hunters. Several years ago, a taxidermist I know, who had prepared 3 horse skeletons for me, from which I had made 3 artists' books, each of which challenged the legal definition of the book as pages gathered together along a spine, called me to ask if I wanted the skeletons of 2 adolescent giraffes, which were buried on his property, awaiting time when he could exhume and clean the bones. The giraffes had both been born in captivity in another part of the country and brought to Cape Town, where they were temporarily housed in a zoo. Both died of starvation because although they had a large paddock filled with a variety of plant foods, the food was nutritionally inadequate. When my taxidermist collected the first giraffe, they still weren't sure why it had died, and so it was too late to save the second one, which also starved to death. The giraffes did not live to endure zoo life, nor transportation to a game farm where Bhabha once lived to be killed by foreign recreational hunters. But their bones ended up, thanks to Stephen, in my temporary studio in Berlin. These bones have become the pages on which I have been writing a book. And I need to just get the right place here. On which I have been writing a book about the stories of Bhabha and about the massacres documented in the 1860s that killed his fellow countrymen, and which are yet to be published or acknowledged in the present. In making this book, I have been mindful of my walk through the cave of Tuk de Bear and along the paths which led to the engraved hilltops of the Tram. I've been moved to understand the book, and perhaps the book that might speak most directly to Tlabo's expectation, not so much as a structure focused on a collection of facing pages, but as a path along which a story travels. In yoking the structure of the book to the resonance of the materials used, my bone books mean to, as Isabel Hofmeyr writes in relation to reading in Africa, vibrate with the power of the events around them. I want them to engage with the features that commonly define books, while at the same time, by binding these to the former lives of the animals on which these bone texts are written, I want the books to produce a different kind of reader, one who walks the path in the present, rather than one who reclines in an armchair with the narrative of the past. Even as my giraffe book tells the story of genocide of the Zam and the end of the stories that floated towards Tlabo's ears, I mean to find ways to allow the bone giraffes to tell their own story, a story of the imprisonment, extermination, and reckless killing of animals. Like colonialism, hunting is about power, control, and subjugation, and about human vanity. This is, I believe, a story about which Bhabha would have much to say, and approaches in some small way the book he might have anticipated.
You've made a book out of your talk. Very beautiful. Thank you. We come to the fourth and final talk of this morning's panel. I'm filled with the slightly giddy sense of the appositeness of the lines from The Winter's Tale with which I began. There is an art which does mend nature, change it rather, but the art itself is nature. That is eerily present in these talks in a way that I couldn't have anticipated. And as you will see, there's also, I think, remarkable and fortuitous connection between what you've just witnessed so beautifully in Pippa's images, and particularly in the moving image, and the idea of a processional ethics, which we will hear about from Homi Bhabha. Homi. I didn't see you, right?
I want to thank the Holberg Prize Committee for their hospitality and for making such a remarkable choice that has brought together rich and almost alchemical papers this morning. This lecture is, of course, for Stephen Greenblatt in lasting love and friendship, and with gratitude for his infinite and infectious curiosity. Thank you, Steve. William Kentridge's More Sweetly Play the Dance opens with the presentiment of a procession, the dance of death, not its presence. At first sight, the non-landscape around Johannesburg appears flat and uneventful amidst a threnody of wailing and drumming. Johannesburg suffers from a lack of geography, but it has all the forebodings of allegory. The air is expectant and unstill. Charcoal dust flies in the face of the wind. The smudged light of dusk sets the day on edge. Something is on the verge of happening. Turning to the first screen on my left, I wait for the flaring entry of the procession to carry me on its linear passage across the installation, from left to right, from start to finish. As I am about to step into the procession, I face a refusal of time and space. From the very edge of the last screen, on the far right, a ghostly apparition, dressed in white, startles the frame with the acrobatic speed of a tumbleweed. A whirling dancer sweeps across the screens from right to left, brushing against the grain of looking, and disappears, only to return much later from the opposite direction, garbed in black. The spirit of presentiment haunts the making of More Sweetly Play the Dance. The work unravels just as it is about to begin, unsettling the viewer's expectations and the artist's intentions. It is the unscripted spirit of immanence that haunts the practice of medium and material, charcoal, camera, rubber, eraser, screen, music, movement, and creates forces of contingent circumstance that Kentridge names fortuna, something other than cold statistical chance and something too outside the range of rational control. Now, contingency in and of itself is neither interesting nor confounding. The force of contingency only becomes vital when it is constrained by exigent forms of agency. Unspooling our habits of reading and viewing, the ghostly dancer at the very start of More Sweetly Played the Dance lays down a platform of presentiment that reaches back beyond the beginning of the procession itself. Once linear progress is interrupted and its dramatic direction reversed, a measure of the movement of time emerges to haunt the history of the materials themselves. It is here that the whereabouts of the work must be sought when time gets transformed into charcoal dust. What are the whereabouts of More Sweetly Play the Dance? Where do we find the evocations of the dance of death? Refugees, manual workers, political demonstrators, garbage collectors in ill-fitting tarps, religious celebrants, clerks chained to their desks, Ebola victims dancing with IV drips hanging off their skeletal frames, a ballerina en pointe, and as always, the tumbling ghost dancer disturbing the order of things. These figures of fate bear their singular suffering, but they also carry the shared burden of what Kentridge has named the procession of the dispossessed. Kentridge allows us no easy passage between what he calls our agency in seeing and our agency in apprehending the world. Their complex relation to each other is forged in the habitus of the studio, place of perambulation and presentiment, of trials and transitions, of erasures, nest of the flight of fortuna. Art making cannot be equivalent to world making, Plato's lesson, because aesthetic agency is always an anxious condition of equivocation and ambivalence, Kentridge's lesson. As Kentridge runs interference against the linear progress of the procession, his demand for a montage-like, full frontal assault of all the images together contains the key, I believe, to grasping the vital relations between the agency of seeing and the agency of apprehending the world. Agency is the prime mover of the art of illusion. It moves the field of images, but that ready reference to animation should not obscure Kentridge's commitment to the affective power of the image to move, to motivate an agency of assembly amongst the dispossessed. To note, writes Kentridge, what sticks in the throat, what must be resisted, is the passivity of the image of people waiting to be rescued. Kentridge resists the passivity of the image and the people waiting to be rescued, but he does not propose a project of emancipation or liberation. Each foot that keeps in step with death's drumbeat is foreshadowed by a timeline running right through the procession, whispering, whilst, Kentridge writes. Whilst is the grammatical form of unanticipation, whilst hanging up the washing, whilst reading the newspaper, whilst pausing at the stop sign, whilst peeling a peach, the visitor calls, the world changes. Whilst is a subordinating conjunction that signifies temporal simultaneity, diverse experience, perceptions, or actions taking place at the same time. However, by associating whilst with the agency of death and dispossession, the visitor calls, the world changes, Kentridge introduces an affect of disjunction into the time scale of simultaneity and the movement of procession itself. Whilst announces the normal order of the day, its round-the-clockness, and then confronts the quotidian with a sudden reversal of fate. Whilst also introduces a scalar disjunction between the temporal unfolding of the everyday and the instant caesura of emergency. The dark gaps between the screens that break the forward movement, the momentary obliterations of the procession, structure the time and motion of More Sweetly Play the Dance in unusual and important ways. These breaks in the sequence of the work resist an anodyne reading of More Sweetly Play the Dance. Death and dispossession will happen, life will nonetheless go on, and in the midst of it all, music, dance, and art will certainly survive. Probing the illegibility of spaces in between, engaging with blur and blackness and charcoal rubbing, raises the issue of the procession as a political and ethical moment of people and things through illegibility. Kentridge's processions are acts of hospitality, ongoing gatherings of peoples and things on the move. Movement is the material and medium of More Sweetly Play the Dance. Goya is its inspiration, and Lulu's Dance of Death its provocation. Of equal importance is the persistence of human scale, the nature and stature of personhood, figured and measured in terms of what Kentridge calls foot power. Kentridge is intrigued by the foot stepping into the void, just as Freud in Gradiva is so focused on the notion of the step, on the foot as a step. The procession is a form, he writes, that records the fact that there is, in the 21st century, human foot's power still playing the role of the primary means of locomotion, and we are still locked in the manual labor of individual bodies as a way of making the world. The flickering projections we see in the news of people fleeing floods, civil war, refugees, migrations, refugees returning, displacements, so largely on foot, individual human power still the central means of locomotion, handcarts, wheelbarrows. It is difficult to assemble Kentridge's procession of the dispossessed under a common banner of progress or protest. Why do these groups march together to the music of time? These foot soldiers have stumbled over the tripwire of whilst, in circumstances too diverse to call for a common cause or a global movement. Foot soldiers of collective disposition, from Johannesburg to Jaipur, from refugees to rag pickers, may not directly share a political cause, but they converge on a common legal personality. They are groups subjected to the crime of transnational barbarity as defined in 1933 by the Polish jurist Raphael Lemkin, who gave the world the Genocide Convention in 1948. Acts of barbarity attack dignity and cause humiliation, which, when taken together, and this is Lemkin, bring harm not only to human rights, but also and most especially undermine the fundamental basis of the social order. With a prescience startlingly relevant to ethnic cleansing, cultural destruction, and the migration crises of our times, Lemkin defines barbarity as a process of transnational contagion, much beyond and much before the use of this term in the discourse of globalization. Considering the contagious character of any social psychosis, Lemkin writes, actions of this kind directed against collectivities constitute a general transnational danger. Similar to epidemics, they can pass from one country to another. Indeed, acts of barbarity carried out in an organized and systematic fashion often cause the emigration or the disorganized flight of the populations of one state to another. And there is, in Lemkin's imaginary here, both the epidemic that you get in pointedly in Kentridge, as well as the question of the refugee. It's a strange text that echoes with the coming together of barbarity. In over 20,000 items on the internet, More Sweetly Play the Dance has been recognized as Kentridge's incredible refugee premonition, echoing the iconic presence of W.H. Auden's September 1, 1939, in the aftermath of 9/11. Barbarity beats the drum of death, waylays messianic chants, and disturbs off-key rhythms. Forward drive, reverse thrust, and in between, the persistence of foot power. One final step remains to be taken. What connects human foot power to the ethics of the recognition of the other? It is indeed Kentridge who throws down the gauntlet. Keeping on your feet, the ethical demand of the face of the other. The relation between foot power and the face of the other is not as obscure as it may seem at first. Follow More Sweetly Play the Dance at its most illegible, and you will find the link. In a way similar to Kentridge's aesthetic demand upon us to acknowledge the leanness of illusion in order to complete the silhouette, the ethical demand requires us to accept the anonymity of the people in the procession as they pass us by, driven by the locomotion of foot power. If the agency of art is initiated by its incompletion, the agency of the people in apprehending the world is envisaged as its anonymity. Anonymity, a kind of illegibility, is our gateway to the ethical demand of the face of the other. Kentridge insists that there is an agency of the anonymous activated by foot power and associated with what he calls the muchness of the people in the world as they process and protest manual laborers, unemployed, the ill, refugees, displaced communities. What weight, then, does this notion of the muchness of foot power carry? At first sight, muchness signifies the overwhelming ontological presence of a global underclass confronted by the hegemonic forces of inequality, insecurity, illness, injustice. But the size and magnitude of muchness is not a totalizing category representing the people as a fixed, undifferentiated mass, the wretched of the earth. The large scale of the muchness of people in the world who live by foot power is erased and overdrawn by the small-scale shifting and shuffling of the body in the dance of more sweetly play the dance. The head and load, writes Kentridge, are still the troubles of the neck. Dancing and marching, processing and protesting, foot power is constituted step by step through the comportment of the burdened human body in movement, a biopolitics of foot power. The ethical demand is embedded in the disjunction of scale between the muchness of the people en masse and the bodily movements that define the singularity of each group, each individual, as it moves in time through the procession. The foot power of refugees fleeing, populations moving, displaced people crossing, the end of World War II, during our own migration crises. The foot power in Eritrea, Iraq, Syria, Greece, the Mediterranean. Kentridge's muchness of foot power bears a family resemblance to Levinas's concept of the excess of sociality. And although I'm now thinking on my feet and flying by the seat of my pants, there seems to be no other way to understand the curious conjunction, keeping your feet, the ethical demand of the other. Levinas's plaint against Europe's long indifference to the sadness of a whole world, as he puts it, begins with the large-scale events associated with the magnitude of muchness. Europe's is a bad conscience, he writes, because of the contradiction that tears her apart at the very hour of her modernity. And he goes on to provide, in Peace and Proximity, a litany of political evils carried out in the name of enlightenment and universalism: imperialism, genocide, the Holocaust, terrorism, unemployment, third world poverty, a century of world powers, the similar kind of protein and diverse and plural procession that Kentridge gives out, a worn-out Europe. Then, just as the general historical complaint becomes almost unbearable in its insurmountable scale, Levinas turns to the bodily scale, the troubles of the neck, in Vasily Grossman's novel Life and Fate. A queue of prisoners' relatives lined up at the Lubyanka prison in Moscow to get news of family members arrested for alleged political crimes. Grossman's wide-angled historical vision suddenly turns into a close-up of the bodies of the prisoners' relatives as they line up at the prison window to make their inquiries. Never, writes Grossman, had the human back so penetratingly expressed the desperation of the human mind. Levinas recognizes the ethical demand of the face of the other in the singularity of the small-scale misalignment of backs, necks, shoulders, spines, carrying the load of profound miscarriages of justice. This line of broken backs is as close as we are ever likely to get to Kentridge's lean silhouette of anonymous load carriers on their feet, making an ethical demand to the face of the other. As the Levinasian face turns its back to us, signified in Grossman's description of women who approached the prison window, stretching the neck and the back, shoulder blades tense, to shout, to cry, to sob, we find ourselves standing side by side with Kentridge's anonymous hod carriers of the world's weight and its weariness. The head and the load are still the troubles of the neck. The ethical demand of foot power, like the Levinasian appeal to the face, requires us to identify with the extreme precariousness of the other. How are we to recognize this precariousness? How to represent in art, in words, the relation of proximity involved in the assembly of the dispossessed, peasants and proletariat, unemployed and the sick, without slipping into an ahistorical, sentimental humanism? And finally, what is our relationship, viewers, bystanders, witnesses, to processions led by the margins of society as they pass us by and we see them walking through the streets of Johannesburg, as Kentridge puts it, or across so many cities in the world? To bring Kentridge and Levinas face to face is no easy matter, yet there is a haunting similarity in the way in which the artist and the philosopher hone their more general visions of history and politics in order to establish a habitable human scale for the figurative subject of ethics. Scalar displacements from mass movements to foot power signify global systems of exploitation and dispossession amongst marginalized populations. Kentridge's foot power is a symbolic extension of the biocapitalism of labor. Grossman's skewed neck and taut shoulders are disfigurations caused by the unrelenting power of the iron hand of the totalitarian carceral Soviet state. The precariousness of the other is the ethical encounter with what Levinas calls the death-life metaphor. Death-life structures the formal design of More Sweetly Play the Dance, its simultaneity of large lit screens abutting empty spaces, conjoining the quotidian and the catastrophic across the sequence of the procession. At the turning point of death-life, the point marked by what Kentridge calls whilst, Levinas and Kentridge are drawn even closer together. Ethical precariousness for Kentridge consists, as he puts it, in a grammar of unanticipation, whilst is unanticipation, the knock on the door whilst the world crumbles. For Levinas, the precarious ethic of the face is just as unassumable. Levinas writes, "To be unassumable belongs to death's very quality. It is an event without project. The project one might have of death is undone at the last moment. It is death alone that goes the last leg." Death alone goes the last leg, and foot power alone dances the last step. The procession belongs to a form of ethical agency and political deliberation that Avishai Margalit defines as negative politics, thought and action that begins in the interstices of death-life and opens up a pre-normative space of political engagement. Margalit writes, "It is injustice, not justice, which brings us into normative politics. Despotism, not freedom. Moral political theory should start with negative politics, the politics that informs us how to tackle evil before it tells us how to pursue the good." The question of justice posed by foot power, as expressed in the sob of shoulder blades, is articulated from the pre-normative realm which resonates with the ethical space of the interhuman on which Levinas grounds the question of justice. Negative politics, not justice, not freedom, is, I believe, a just method and measure of the mood of More Sweetly Play the Dance. But how far does the idea of negative politics enact the dance? And where is the unanticipated punctuality of the whilst in the metaphor of life, the knock on the door, the drumbeat, the blur of charcoal? Levinas proposes a line of argument that closely, if quite unintentionally, mimics the formal and temporal structure of the procession, its passage of time and people, its foot power, the passing of fate and figure, one by one after another. I was speaking of the ethical attitude as the basis of sociality, not of a being already chosen and dear, but of the death of the first one to come along, to perceive that we come after another, whoever he may be. That is ethics. This may well be the ethical presentiment of the ghost dancer, the unanticipated and belated tumbler who comes into our field of vision at the very start from the wrong direction, moving preemptively only to disappear. The ghost dancer, the unchosen, the harbinger of death coming after one another, whoever he may be. If that is processional ethics, then what of the viewer? My role is lonely and impossible. I find myself in the middle of the procession, drowned in the hullabaloo. I am neither still nor moving. I step out of line each time the procession passes, now the homeless, now the ill, now the brass band. I rush out to ask, is this my neighbor? Must I join the procession now? Or have I escaped the knock on the door, the unwanted visitor? How long will my moral luck last? And each time, more sweetly plays the dance, pulls me back in line. This may be your turn, but it isn't your time. Wait and see. And the procession moves on.
Thank you so much, Homi, for that beautiful meditation. And it's a meditation on time, among other things. And with that in mind, I think, and I'm looking at Ellen, I think that we should take this table as a kind of utopian symbol for what might, in the best of all possible worlds, be possible. But instead, whilst, as Homi would have it, or I can't reach, whilst there is an opportunity and before the knock comes on the door, we can have a coffee and a break. But thank you for these 4 remarkable and beautiful papers. They've been just a remarkable morning.
this, yeah.
So just put this before. Please take your seats again. I am sorry to have to rush you, but we have to keep to our schedule somewhat.
Bless you. So, I said, sorry? I said during, I'll let people sit down for a minute, and I said during the break to Bjorn Wittbrock that I felt this morning not at all, how should we say, sort of pride at a pride of place in relation to this event, but I did feel a kind of magical sense that one gets from looking at historical photographs, happier historical photographs than the ones that Joseph showed, but let's say 19th century photographs in which you see some relatively obscure academic in the frock coat standing with an array of astonishing people, and you think, really, they were all standing together at that moment? That man was with those people on an afternoon in a garden somewhere, and I had that incredible, joyous sense of what it is to have such gifted friends. To live at a moment by good fortune and accident, to live at a moment in which I would know people who would stand up and stand and deliver, as they say, in the way that happened this morning. And I feel that not only about those 4 papers, but about this whole amazing event and about all of you who are here. I want to turn now, again, incredibly briefly and inadequately to at least gesture toward the 4 people on our second panel. The program, again, will give you some guidance of a kind that I'm not going to be able to give you. The program, as you will see, lists 3 recent books by Adam Phillips. All of these books are compelling and thoughtful and intense works. All were published in the space of 4 years, to which you should add many articles and reviews, especially in the London Review of Books and elsewhere, plus volumes in the ongoing Penguin Freud series that he edits, and many other publications, some of which, but not all of which, I'm aware of. But the note in the program does not mention that he does this writing on Wednesdays. On the other days, he sees patients in his psychoanalytic practice in London. And to this I could add much more, but I won't, but I'll just add that he's a person who listens, not only writes and speaks, but listens to others with an unparalleled openness and generosity. I've mused now over a lot of years about how he manages all of this, about why it is that when we haven't spoken for sometimes long periods of time, we pick up the phone and continue a conversation at an eerily intimate level that as if it had never dropped away, and as if I could speak to someone anything that I thought or felt without protection, without the need for protection. I've wondered how it was possible, what it is. I look at him and wonder how it is, and I don't have an answer after all of this time. But that is the first of our speakers. The second, Sarah Cole, I have known since her very first week of graduate school at the University of California at Berkeley. And with great and steadily growing fondness and admiration, I've watched her develop into one of the leading critics of English modernism of her generation. Also, it's a little hard because I saw her in her first week of graduate school, and it's not that long ago. I'm taking in that she's also chair of the English department at Columbia. She's the author of two wonderful books on the intersection of literature and war, on, in effect, the literary consequences of and recording of trauma. The first, Modernism, Male Friendship, and the First World War. And the second, At the Violet Hour, Modernism and Violence in England and Ireland. She's written powerfully about the ways in which violence serves both as the vehicle for artistic creativity and as the emblem of enormous loss. The two artistic modes that she's categorized through the binary of enchanted and disenchanted. And her new work has turned daringly to the critically overlooked and in fact despised and dismissed, but immensely successful and actually weirdly interesting author, H.G. Wells. Luc Menand, in his brilliant book, The Metaphysical Club, wove together the lives and ideas of central figures in American pragmatism, and he did so in a style at once so lucid and so illuminating and so just that the book immediately became a classic. Awarded the Pulitzer Prize, the Francis Parkman Prize, the Heartland Prize, and other honors. It catapulted Menand, who had already published a book before then, but that book catapulted Menand into the position that he's now held for well more than a decade, at least a decade and a half, as one of America's most celebrated, most visible, most important public intellectuals. Public intellectuals isn't quite right because we don't have them in America. I can't quite find the term for it, but I'll say that he is, as I can testify from direct observation, a brilliant teacher. Many of you will know him as a remarkably brilliant writer, and he's, for me, a close personal friend, but at the same time, even as he's a close personal friend, he is always, for me, the embodiment of the value and the high callings of what it means to be a humanist, to support, defend, promote the humanities. Finally, Daniel Jütte is, I think, probably the most exciting and original young historian of early modern Europe in the world today. Still within hailing distance of graduate school, which he left alarmingly recently, he is the author of two startlingly important and exciting books, The Age of Secrecy, Jews, Christians, and the Economy of Secrets, 1400 to 1800, and more recently, though these are all quite recent, The Straight Gate, Thresholds and Power in Western History. This latter book astonished me. It was, among other things, the kind of realization of a fantasy, I think, that Bachelard years ago had, that somehow the house could, one could actually do something with the house, and suddenly, my God, something was done historically with the house by Daniel Jütte. It is a book quite literally about thresholds, about doors and gates and portals, and he's now turned his penetrating intelligence to a different aspect of our life world, to transparency, and more literally and specifically to windows. A junior fellow at Harvard and a fellow at the Wissenschaftskolleg to Berlin this year, He's about to take up a new position in what I think we can all anticipate will be a remarkable career. So these are our four speakers for this afternoon, and the first one is Adam Phillips.
Thank you very much. Wallace Stevens wrote, "No man is a hero to his friends." Stephen actually is a hero to me and a friend, a very dear friend, and I'm obviously delighted to be here. This paper is about him, in a sense. So I'm going to have to call him Greenblatt. I know it sounds a bit weird, but it seems a bit immature to call him Stephen. So, Greenblatt. This is on distraction. In a recent review of the poetry of Yehuda Amichai in the New York Review of Books, Greenblatt wrote that, quote, "Amichai was strangely immune to hate. It was as if hatred would have distracted him from all that he was determined to observe and to feel. Strangely immune because Amichai, a Jew born in Germany who emigrated to Palestine in 1935, the year the Nuremberg laws were passed, who then lived and wrote in Israel, that Greenblatt refers to as his murderously contested part of the world, Amichai had reasons for hatred, but also because, as Greenblatt intimates, there may be something uncanny about this immunity, that hatred could be like some kind of fatal or contagious illness, and like such illnesses, something so utterly preoccupying that it could be distracting. There was in Greenblatt's characteristically lucid and suggestive formulation whatever Amichai was determined to observe and to feel, pitted against the distraction of hatred. That it was, quote, as if hatred would have distracted Amichai from all that he was determined to observe and to feel is a complex proposition, not least of which is the as if part. As if Amichai could find a feeling so immensely formative as hatred to be a distraction, and in the light of such a daunting history, and that by describing it as a distraction, Greenblatt intimates that Amichai was able to be undistracted, or be able to distract himself from his distraction. That he, in some sense, knew what he was determined to observe and to feel, and so knew a distraction when he felt one, knew that the distraction of hatred was a distraction, and not a spur, a prompt, an inspiration, a bafflement, or even a defeat. Amichai's poetry could have distracted him from his hatred could have distracted his poetry, or the poetry and the hatred could have been mutually animating. All of these possibilities might give us pause. We may not be able to imagine lives immune from hatred, but we could imagine how our lives would be different if we could think of hatred as a distraction, and could then wonder what it might be distracting us from, or what might be the preconditions for someone beginning to wonder about hatred in this way, or beginning to wonder in a new way about hatred. That we may not in any given instance be simply hating, but using hatred to distract ourselves. That we can link the idea of hatred with the idea of distraction is itself suggestive. There could be, and Greenblatt's work lets us have a more interesting version of a thought like this, a history of distraction, of distractedness, both of what constitutes it and what forms it takes. And all with a view to seeing what describing something that as a distraction in any given period inhibits and makes possible. Though it's worth noting in passing that the meanings of distract, distraction, and distractedness cited in the OED are virtually unchanging from the 15th century to the present day, even if the contexts in which it's used are not. If culture in Philip Brief's grand and salutary formulation is, quote, knowing what to avoid, we gather from Greenblatt's writing that culture along these lines might also be knowing what a distraction is. There are things we are determined to observe and to feel, and there is what we are determined to think of as distraction. What would it be not to know what it is to be distracted? Or to put it differently, what kind of mobility of attention do we want? What kinds of attention do we imagine would get us the lives we want? There is the attention we give, the attention we want to give, and the attention we should give, and the distractions we are subject to. In what Greenblatt calls and sponsors, quote, an interpretative model that will more adequately account for the unsettling circulation of materials and discourse, not outside interpretation, but in the hidden places of negotiation and exchange. We can wonder what kinds of negotiation and what kinds of exchange, both with ourselves and others, our distractedness is. distraction itself being a kind of hiding place. Psychoanalysis encourages us to attend to our distractions as much, if not more, than we attend to our attention. The commitment to free association acknowledges the often disavowed promiscuity of our attention, of desire as distraction, our desire as a continual and often enlivening distractedness. And even though much has been said and written about the kinds and forms of attention that we should give to works of art in particular, there is more said outside of psychoanalysis about the attention required than about the distractions provoked, or indeed about what the kinds of distraction, intended or otherwise, that the artifact might want from us or tempt us with. We might think of any object, person or artifact, demanding certain kinds of attention and attentiveness, and also inspiring certain forms of distraction. Indeed, we might define an object by the distractions to which it leads. Inattention always means attention out of order, and the mobility of our attention is something we're supposed to keep track of. Education is knowing what to attend to and how to attend to it. So one of the things art makes us think about is the qualities of our attention and what kinds of sabotage our attention is prone to and drawn to. And this has been one of the so many remarkable things that Greenblatt's writing has drawn to our attention, with inspiring and inspired enthusiasm, and without portentous gravity. Mobility, he writes in Cultural Mobility Manifesto, quote, can indeed lead to a heightened tolerance of difference and an intensified awareness of the mingled inheritances that constitute even the most tradition-bound cultural stance. But it can also lead to an anxious, defensive, and on occasion, violent policing of the boundaries. The crucial first task for scholars is simply to recognize and to track the movements that provoke both intense pleasure and intense anxiety, end of quote. Greenblatt is writing here about what he calls the fate of culture in an age of global mobility. But I also want him to be writing here about the mobility of attention, also partly created by global mobility, and the different forms of attention this must conjure. The crucial first task for scholars then, and for artists and psychoanalysts among others, is simply to recognize and to track the movements of attention that provoke both intense pleasure and intense anxiety, and in the full knowledge that anxiety and pleasure can't always be told apart. But in order to do this, you have to know what counts as a distraction, and have something to say about what kind of attention distraction is, both what it may be running away from and what it may be running towards, and why. What Greenblatt calls, quote, violent policing of the boundaries makes vivid and dramatic sense, and especially now when it comes to nation states. But where are the boundaries of our attention, and how do we picture them or describe them? And what do the boundaries of our attention, boundaries that apparently make the notion of distraction intelligible, have to tell us about the other kinds of boundary that are now paramount? Tracking the movements of people, of cultural artifacts of attention that provoke both intense pleasure and intense anxiety has become one of our abiding contemporary obsessions. But it's also part of the interest of distraction that it can provide intense pleasure and intense anxiety, often at the same time. Think of the adolescent in school daydreaming about sex. And so art becomes, among many other things, one of the best ways we have of thinking about distraction, both through description of distracted states. Think of the distracted globe in Hamlet, who himself has distraction in his aspect, but also in our wondering what kind of attention art at any given time requires of us, how it staves off and incites our distractedness, how it's always in the business of attention-seeking, and so must somewhere always be worrying away about our attentiveness, what it's competing with for our attention, which forms of attention give what kinds of pleasure, and so on. After all, if we can be distracted, what does this say about our attention, about its pleasures and its anxieties? So it's not incidental, I think, that it was indeed something about distraction that ultimately prompted Greenblatt's Renaissance self-fashioning. Self-fashioning, in his account, being both the cultural pressures fashioning the self and a determination not to be distracted from what it is one is determined to be, and an acute awareness of the force field of distractions that might inform and waylay one's project. In his book of 1973, Sir Walter Raleigh, The Renaissance Man and His Roles, Greenblatt describes Raleigh's Ocean to Cynthia, quote, as another performance in which Raleigh presents himself as a distracted lover cruelly abandoned by his mistress, end of quote. A not unfamiliar figure in the poetry of the period, except for the fact that Raleigh was both distracted because of losing Elizabeth's favour, but also because he'd been distracted from his love for the Queen in secretly marrying somebody else, Elizabeth Throckmorton, one distraction leading to another. Greenblatt intimates here that Raleigh was distracted by distraction. The distraction then cuts both ways, and that we can never quite know which of the two women was a distraction and from what. In what Greenblatt calls in the book on Raleigh, quote, the humanist vision of man freed from any single fixed nature and able to assume any role, the yoking of engagement and detachment, end of quote. The role of distracted lover begged many questions, not least of which would be the difficulty of telling whether one was distracted from another distraction or from something more essential or fixed. After writing a dissertation that became the book on Raleigh, quote, powerfully struck by the strangeness of Raleigh's long fragment, Ocean's Love to Cynthia, and struck by an eerie resemblance between Raleigh's poems, with its tormented sense of a world and self in pieces, and Eliot's Wasteland. This being struck turned into a larger question. Quote, why would a tough-minded Elizabethan courtier, monopolist, and adventurer have written poetry at all, let alone poetry that had the ring of modernist experiment? End of quote. As though Greenblatt intimates that the poetry was a distraction, but that the distraction itself might illuminate something about what Raleigh was distracted from, that is, being a tough-minded Elizabethan courtier, monopolist, and adventurer. Distraction reflects and reflects on our attention and can be of a piece with it. Raleigh, Greenblatt shows, was working out in his poetry his life preoccupations as a newly self-fashioning Renaissance man. What looks like distraction can be attention displaced or refocused. The poetry is the role-playing life by other means. The book on Raleigh, that was, in a sense, the precursor to Renaissance self-fashioning, took distraction very seriously. It was, Greenblatt writes, an answer to his question. Quote, focused on Raleigh's role-playing, his sense of himself as a character in a fiction. Fallen from the Queen's favour as a consequence of secretly marrying, he cast himself as Orlando Furioso, driven mad by disappointed love. He went so far as to stage a suicide attempt, and in the same spirit wrote anguished verses meant to display his state of distraction. And distraction, as Eliot, the astute student of Renaissance poetry, understood, manifested itself in broken speech, twisted metaphors, bursts of grief. End of quote. Distraction here as casting oneself as something, behaving not simply as someone else, but as a fictional character. Indeed, in his distraction, Raleigh identifies so powerfully with his fictional character that he stages a suicide attempt. And of a piece with this, in the same spirit, Greenblatt writes, quote, wrote anguished verses meant to display his state of distraction. It was a state and a performance, a role and a display. The 16th and 17th century meanings of the verb to distract given by the OED are, quote, to draw asunder or apart, to separate, divide, to turn aside or in another direction, to divert the attention, the mind, or the like, to draw in different directions, to perplex or confuse, to cause dissension or disorder, to throw into a state of mind in which one knows not how to act, to derange the intellect, to drive mad. It's clearly a suggestive set of definitions, all in their way also integral to self-fashioning. It was, among other things, Raleigh's capacity for distraction that struck Greenblatt, and the kind of language, the poetry, distraction made possible. Broken speech, twisted metaphors, bursts of grief. As a critic of his time, Greenblatt's account here of Raleigh is haunted by Eliot. The Eliot of the Wasteland, the influential critic of Renaissance literature, but also perhaps in this context, the later Eliot of Four Quartets, who, tracking movements of attention, wrote of, quote, the unattended moment, the moment in and out of time, the distraction fit, lost in a shaft of sunlight, in the dry selvages. And also in Burnt Norton of, quote, a flicker over the strained, time-ridden faces, distracted from distraction by distraction, filled with fancies and empty of meaning, tumid apathy with no concentration, end of quote. Distracted from distraction by distraction measures what Eliot takes to be the modern individual's distance from God, whom one's concentration is really for. Who or what, then, is one supposed to be concentrating on? Or what is one's concentration for? What is it in the service of, if this is not preordained? The crucial first task of scholars, as Greenblatt wrote, and of artists, we can add, is simply to recognize and to track the movements that provoke both intense pleasure and intense anxiety, the pressures informing those movements. And if, as Greenblatt and Gallagher wrote in Practicing New Historicism, quote, Analysis of an aesthetic representation must not be a way of containing or closing off complexity, but rather of intensifying it. Then the attention and the distraction must be included in the analysis as a way of intensifying it. Attention and distraction, though, not as binaries or contraries or opposites, because distraction is one of the forms attention takes. Raising the question, is a change of object a change of attention? Is a change of attention a change of object? It is the attention taken away from supposedly preferred objects of attention, and so a drawing asunder, a diverting, if not a dividing of the individual, that threatens confusion, perplexity, or even madness. Just as it is Hamlet's distractedness that creates a kind of muted panic in the court. Distraction in its early modern meanings signifies danger. It describes the enigmatic threat of a person who is not concentrating on the right things, a person whose attention has strayed no one quite knows where. Distraction always creates suspicion in its audience. The radically distracted, like Hamlet, are experienced as opaque, intimidatingly opaque, as though before their distraction they'd been well known, reassuringly familiar. There is then Amicai's, in a sense, traditional determination not to be distracted by hatred, which was part of his determination to observe and feel certain things in a certain way, and the poetry this made possible. Distraction as self-sabotage and destructive of others. And there is Raleigh's determination to be or to perform being distracted, his use of distraction, as it were, as an attempt to redeem himself in the Queen's eyes and recover her favour. And the poetry this may have both enhanced and contributed to. Distraction as facilitation. And then there is Eliot's theological diagnosis of distraction, possibly also alluded to by Greenblatt, making what might be called the traditional case against it, that we need to be distracted from distraction, but not by distraction. Distraction is then disqualified as an object of desire. To make the case for distraction can only ever be to make the case for what we need to be distracted from. Hatred, say, for Amici, secular idols for Eliot. To make the case for distraction tends to be just another way of privileging particular forms and objects of attention. Distraction then always directs our attention back to what our attention is supposed to be directed at. We don't, that is to say, teach distractedness in school, though perhaps we should. And this is what makes Greenblatt's account of Raleigh in his new preface to the 2005 reissue of Renaissance Self-Fashioning so telling, alongside his invocation of Eliot. Raleigh can make use of, can perform, can display, as though it were a genre available rather than an essentialism betrayed, what Stephen Greenblatt calls his state of distraction. It is a way of fashioning himself with aims in mind, an instance of what Greenblatt calls, quote, an increased self-consciousness about the fashioning of human identity as a manipulable, artful process. Like an early Jamesian pragmatist, Raleigh is seeing where his distraction gets him. He's really trying out distractedness, trying it on like an actor with a new part, but to an extreme. At a deep level, Greenblatt writes in Hamlet and Purgatory, there is something magnificently opportunistic, appropriative, absorptive, even cannibalistic about Shakespeare's art, end of quote. This is an art and an imagination that is voracious but not fastidious. It's also, perhaps unsurprisingly, the description of an actor. And an actor in a play, unless he is acting distractedness, can only be distracted from his part. What, in any given instance, we're going to call distraction, then, will depend on certain sureties about where our attention should be. Whether as evasion or protest, when it comes to distraction, we are sometimes more certain, that is, more informed, about what we should be paying attention to than about where our attention has gone. Attention unmoored is the threat, as though the self as representation, effectively comes into being through organizing itself around objects of attention. When Proust Marcel famously wakes up disorientated in the bedroom at Combray, he literally reconstitutes himself through attending to the objects in the room. And so when it comes to distraction, as it often does, we may be less sure about where our real enjoyment is. Unless, that is, we can make distractedness a part of our repertoire. Unless we can find ways of describing it as something we do with interesting objects in mind, with a view to fashioning an identity. And this involves, among other things, being able to tell the distraction from the other thing. Because distraction is another form of attention. We may not always be able to tell which the distracted state of mind is. The authorities, fortunately, can tell us. So when Greenblatt writes in Renaissance Self-Fashioning about what he calls Sir Thomas More's distracting engagements with civil work and family that took him away from his real preoccupations, he glosses this by saying, quote, "There is always, it seems, a real self," real inverted commas, humanistic scholar or monk, buried or neglected. And More's nature is such that one suspects that had he pursued wholeheartedly one of these other identities, he would have continued to feel the same way, end of quote. More's distracting engagements imply what Greenblatt calls, quote, a secret reserve, a sense of life elsewhere, unrealized in public performance. And yet the whole notion of distracting engagements may lead, as Greenblatt makes clear, not to possibilities of restoration and nourishment, but to suspicions about a real self, an undistracted self, and what such a representation, such a figure might be doing for More. The fantasy of an undistracted self may sponsor a capacity for distraction, just as fantasies of uninhibitedness keep us inhibited. That's what they're for. The figure of the undistracted self might undo something it's attempting to consolidate. It may be a consolation that More fobs himself off with. For his life seems nothing less than this, Greenblatt writes, and less can't help but make us think of More, quote, the invention of a disturbingly unfamiliar form of consciousness, tense, ironic, witty, poised between engagement and detachment, and above all, fully aware of its own status as an invention, end of quote. Poised between engagement and detachment suggests the uses of distraction as part of the invention. You can only be engaged and detached if you can distract yourself. And this might require not abrogating the idea of a real self, but including it as one of the parts in an ongoing drama of survival. One consequence of life lived as a histrionic improvisation, Greenblatt writes of More, and he could be writing of Raleigh, quote, is the category of the real merges with that of the fictive, end of quote. The double act of the distracted self and the real self keeps the show on the road. But this also breeds something darker in Greenblatt's account. Quote, there is behind these shadowy selves, he writes, still another darker shadow, the dream of a cancellation of identity itself, an end to all improvisation, an escape from narrative, end of quote. The strain of this protean adaptation, the work of self-invention, could be too much work. At this moment, what's being considered, I think, is there might be literally nothing to be distracted from, except perhaps the strain of protean adaptation. Or that there are merely a series of distractions, but nothing one is really distracted from. Protean adaptation with no pleasure in what there is to be adapted to. Indeed, protean adaptation might feel like endless, futile distraction. If distraction is a form of adaptation, we can still wonder, as Freud did, what adaptation itself might be a distraction from. So the art in a distracted life may need to be artful about distraction. If, as Greenblatt writes of More, quote, the dialectic of engagement and detachment is among those forces that generated the intense individuality that since Burckhardt has been recognized as one of the legacies of the Renaissance, end of quote, then distraction, which is often at once engagement and detachment, has a part to play. The art in a distracted life may need to be artful about distraction, in part because it can sometimes be so difficult to tell the difference between engagement and detachment, as each makes the other possible. Psychoanalysis, one might say, was a modern attempt to tell this difference and to find out what else one might say in the telling. Thank you.
I'm wondering in a quite undistracted way how that was possible to do without a concordance, which you didn't have. So it must have been a kind of magical form of either or non-magical form of repetition compulsion on my part, or simply the accident of opening the book at the right place. I want to say that as a sign of Raleigh's, in his case, staying on track and not being fully distracted, that when he did try stage a suicide attempt, the Queen sent someone to observe him and reported that it was just a little scratch below his left pap. So he had a knife, but he didn't push it in very far, just enough to draw a tiny little bit of blood. I will now call upon Sarah Cole to talk about art and war in art. Sarah.
So I'm not only honored, but just very happy to be here. Thank you, Stephen, back to Stephen from Greenblatt, for inviting me and for bringing us all together, and to the Holberg team for doing just such a beautiful job all the way. I'm not going to be speaking about Stephen's work, but I did want to say that for literary scholars of my generation, the way we think about literature and the past and culture was in many ways made possible by Stephen's work. And so in that sense, he's there in what I'm now moved to call the spine of all that I and we do. The Western literary tradition was founded on the idea that art and war are in the world together. They produce one another and they need one another. The whole of the Iliad, and the Odyssey too for that matter, is premised on this mutuality. Every time a Homeric warrior arms for battle, he encases his body in beautiful works of human or divine artistry, from the glittering, well-fastened greaves that protect his legs, all the way up to the helmet topped with horsehair that turns him, when it's placed over his face, from man into some kind of Ultraman, or combination of man with other forces, such as animal or god. These moments of getting dressed for war, loving and luxurious pauses in Homer's poem, have stayed with us, a familiar, if quiet, element in war narrative. I think of Clint Eastwood's 2006 film, Letters from Iwo Jima, when the Japanese soldiers ready themselves for what they have all been told will be a fight to their deaths. In the quiet before morning, each affixes his senninbari, or 1,000-stitch belt, hand-woven by a woman at home, probably his mother or wife, with the help of hundreds of anonymous women. So a bit of craft from the women's community far away that nestles next to the soldier's body. In the Iliad, the greatest of all such objects is the shield of Achilles, and it reminds us listener readers of just this reach of art into and out of the arena of war. That's a shield from the rough period when the Iliad was composed. The shield is magnificent, a gift from the god to Achilles himself. All of human life and accomplishment are represented on its surface, along with the wider cosmos and non-human environments. War is there, but also the ordinary activities of social community, from weddings to agriculture to legal disputes, everything we might say that has been missing in the epic, and everything, too, that is at stake in the massive ongoing conflict. I always think of the shield as a kind of fantasy within the poem of the complete work of art. Complete in the sense that it extends beyond the epic itself, seeing ahead to the post-war or non-war world that it also needs. I'll come back later on to this fact of a work that points forward in time to a world in which war no longer consumes lives, resources, and the full attention of the poet. But we should make no mistake, the shield is also functional. When Achilles tries on his armor, the ultimate getting dressed moment in the poem, turning his limbs this way and that as he settles into and admires the beautiful forms, he picks up what Homer calls the great shield, huge and heavy, quote, and from it the light glimmered far as from the moon. A comparison scaled appropriately for the killing extravaganza that is soon to come at Achilles' hands. But there's another quieter moment in the Iliad that makes an equally powerful statement of the mutuality and commingling among art, war, and the extensive other side of life that exceeds and surrounds war. It's a somewhat routine death, to the extent that any deaths are routine in this poem, and here is how the body falls. He dropped then to the ground in the dust like some black poplar, which in the land low-lying about a great marsh grows smooth-trimmed, yet with branches growing at the uttermost treetop. One whom a man, a maker of chariots, fells with the shining iron to bend into a wheel for a fine-wrought chariot, and the tree lies hardening by the banks of the river. What is so extraordinary about this image is the organicism it implies. The dead body is like the fallen tree, itself lovely and art-like with its smooth-trimmed sides, soon to be the material for a chariot to be used in war. War turns into art and back into war as if by the very nature of things. In a sense, they contain the fundamentals or essences of one another. I begin these very brief reflections on war and art, a riff on the conference theme of life and art, and as it turns out, a running motif throughout these papers, with Homer, not only because of his foundational status in the Western literary canon, but because these various instances of enmeshed life, war, and art are so holistic. They stand, at least in the poet's rendering, in perfect harmony with their culture, which seems always already to have envisioned these dependencies, to see in the tree by the riverbank the seed of the chariot which will cut down the man which will be likened to the tree. Scholars often note about epic its quality of completeness, but I would also remind us that in the case of art and war, as much slips out or exceeds the frame as comprises it. If the tree and the chariot and the body and the simile seem to figure a closed circuit, the shield recalls what flows well beyond these bounds. There is a mutuality and an engendering, but never an identity. Homer can stand as inaugurator of any number of war traditions, always with the imbrication of war and art at their core. As the millennia and centuries pass, an ever-growing and changing body of writing about war, as well as other art forms, takes its turn at these issues. The first half of the 20th century, which is the period in which I mostly work, was the genesis of influential novels, memoirs, and poems by soldiers, establishing what became a long-standing principle in war writing, still with us today, that the only real authority to write or speak about war belongs to those who were there. The soldier's eye view can never be complete. That is assumed in this literature, a basis for its formal mechanisms, and an appropriate acknowledgement for the era of total war, which, in its reach towards totality, is less and less knowable from any point of view. So the soldier's vantage can never be all-seeing, but nor can it be eliminated. Beyond this premise that war literature gains its authenticity and power from the raw experience of those who have undergone it, a premise we can extend to include civilians and others who suffer the ramifications of war in many quarters, war writing cannot be handily generalized. Two essential directions, however, might be named, updating Homeric implications of how war and art inhabit the world together. The first is documentary. As Goya writes simply in one of the captions in his sequence of graphic atrocities, The Disasters of War, I saw this. In my book on violence, I called this mode disenchanted, by which I mean that one strong strain in writing about war and other violent events is to offer a view meant to be clinical, unvarnished, and uncompromising, with minimal overt intrusion of an authorial presence, and with an emphasis especially on the decimation of bodies. The documentary or disenchanted impetus need not dictate a work's entirety. It might characterize one passage, line, or scene. But to the extent that it's there, the work of art is positioning itself as indispensable. Such works or moments aim to reveal the reality of war against propaganda or romance or sheer lies. They are bound up with memory, but also with memory as it impinges on and dictates the future. In these senses, the Homeric premise that war and art are essential partners is preserved, even if the reasoning changes. The second characteristic to consider, and this too has affiliations with Homeric antecedents, is around the specific aesthetics of war. Clearly, war demands and produces its own aesthetic properties. These are diverse and tend to assimilate to whatever prevailing movements or interests dominate in a given period. But the idea that there should or must be some kind of reckoning between these two great spheres of human activity, war and art, never wanes. Another way to put this is to say that art tests itself. It finds its limits and its means around war. In the 20th century and now the 21st, to engage with war has often meant to allow the text to bend and twist in answer to war's disruptions in perception, time, and memory. It has provoked often wrenching thought and innovation around the meaning or value of the individual person and the precarious life of the body. And it has demanded that we as non-combatant readers or viewers confront our distance from war and our necessary enmeshment in its violence, its meanings, and the deep ethical dilemmas it induces. I think of a 2012 novel, Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk by Ben Fountain, in which a concentrated experience of extreme violence and confusion in the Iraq War is refracted and re-experienced through the insane doings of American capitalism at its most garish and overheated, also in an extremely compressed period of time. Or here is Tim O'Brien, writing years later about the Vietnam War, and how war, truth, time, and writing confuse but also clarify one another. I want you to feel what I felt. I want you to know why story truth is sometimes happening truth. Is sometimes truer than happening truth. Here's the happening truth. I was once a soldier. There were many bodies with real faces. But I was young and I was afraid to look. And now, 20 years later, I'm left with faceless responsibility and faceless guilt. Here's the story truth. He was a slim, dead, almost dainty young man of about 20. He lay in the center of a red clay trail near the village of Mikkei. His jaw was in his throat, his one eye was shut, the other eye was a star-shaped hole. I killed him. What stories do, I guess, is make things present. I can look at things I never looked at. I can attach faces to grief and love and pity and God. I can be brave. I can make myself feel again. Daddy, tell the truth, Kathleen can say. Did you ever kill anybody? And I can say honestly, of course not. Or I can say honestly, yes. O'Brien presents himself as a veteran whose work as a writer is to be patient, honest, and uncompromising in a search for what he likes to call the truth of war, a truth that, as here, may have a stretched and ambiguous relation to facts. His tendency is toward modesty, to take a slip of one part of one war and relentlessly return to its scenarios, to hone in on their meanings, to continue the work of visualizing, thinking, remembering, and reliving. In this sense of return, remember, relive, O'Brien's writing exemplifies one of the key facts about how war enters the literary work as a disruptor of time. We've been hearing a lot about time today. Contraction, extension, the past re-entering the mind with the force of the present, trauma, strange returns, and the necessity for forecast. War creates and favors its own particular temporalities. It is not only, as one might intuit, that time performs strange operations in and around the intense pressures of combat or bombardment, but also that it stretches forward and backward outside of the frame of war's years. Thinking of our conference theme of how life lingers with all its material thickness in works of art, these strange temporal movements seem to epitomize that impulse. After all, there is no more profound encounter with death, no more pressing experience of life demanding to be preserved for the future than in war. The wars of the 20th century have given rise to memory culture, whose aesthetic, ethical, and legal encounters with violence are focused on the past, but are motivated in other ways by the urgencies of the present and the society's goals for the future. So very much memory culture is about and around different temporalities. But there's one temporality in particular that I want to highlight, a way of placing war in time that has been overlooked by scholars, but one that I think opens up some surprising and significant avenues for considering the art and war partnership. It comes in a phrase, the war that will end war, and it came in 1914, just a few weeks into World War I, courtesy of one of the greatest and most neglected theorists of life, writing, and war, H.G. Wells. That's a different picture, but that's him. Quote, by means of books, newspaper articles, leaflets, tracts in English, French, German, Dutch, Swedish, Norwegian, shout out to the locals, Italian, Chinese, and Japanese, Wells wrote, we have to spread this idea, repeat this idea, and impose upon this war the idea that this war must end war. The phrase, the war that will end war, is usually used today to signal irony, the naivete of that 1914 generation whose blissful ignorance could not have conceived that the Great War, as some of them called it, would be a horrific bloodbath, and moreover would herald economic collapse, fascism, World War II, and the atomic bomb. Interestingly, Wells himself did predict all of this. He even envisioned atomic explosion and its full destructive potential in a novel of spring 1914, which is credited, if that's the right word, with having given some of the foundational nuclear scientists themselves their ideas. But the primary point for us to consider is that the idea of a war that will end war is not meant to be descriptive, but aspirational, a way of thinking forward and eventually backward through wars to find a way to demand that their carnage will have the effect, or as the years pass, will have had the effect of ushering in a permanent peace. That word will in the center of Wells's phrase is the critical one. For Wells, this meant building new international organizations that could provide the structures for disabling war. But it also meant refiguring our imaginations to replace a misdirected grounding, as Wells thought it, in nation with one anchored in universalism. It was clear to Wells from well before World War I, as he dramatized in his great 1908 novel, The War in the Air, that once humans possess the technology to destroy ourselves, we will. Only radical change in how we perceive ourselves and the world together can avert calamity. As he wrote in one of his many diagnostic texts, this one aptly named The Salvaging of Civilization from 1921, quote, "The urgent need for a great creative effort has become apparent in the affairs of mankind. It is manifest that unless some unity of purpose can be achieved in the world, unless the ever more violent and disastrous incidents of war can be averted, unless some common control can be imposed on the headlong waste of man's limited inheritance of coal, oil, and moral energy that is now going on, the history of humanity must presently culminate in some sort of disaster, repeating and exaggerating the disaster of the Great War, producing chaotic social conditions, and going on thereafter in a degenerative process toward extinction." Thus, the seemingly perverse innovation in the war that will end war of discovering in the war's very first shots the seeds of the last forms part of Wells's 50-year career identity, which was dedicated to ending war by working toward what Wells believed was the only way to achieve that elusive dream, the creation of a world state. The Outline of History, his great 1920 work of popular universal history, which, by the way, was, and I believe remains, the most widely read history book ever, was motivated by the idea that by reconfiguring the human story, one might create an intellectual, an emotional, and affective climate antithetical to national conflict and to war. Here is the conclusion of the Outline of History, quote, "History is and must always be no more than an account of beginnings. We can venture to prophesy that the next chapters to be written will tell, though perhaps with long interludes of setback and disaster, of the final achievement of worldwide political and social unity. But when that is attained, it will mean no resting stage, not even a breathing stage, before the development of a new struggle and of new and vaster social efforts. Men will unify only to intensify the search for knowledge and power and live as ever for new occasions. Animal and vegetable life, the obscure processes of psychology, the intimate structure of matter and the interior of our earth will yield their secrets and endow their conqueror. Life begins perpetually. Gathered together at last under the leadership of man, the student teacher of the universe, united, disciplined, armed with the secret powers of the atom and with knowledge as yet beyond dreaming, life forever dying to be born afresh, forever young and eager, will presently stand upon this earth as upon a footstool and stretch out its realm amidst the stars." Wells aimed to make huge things happen with his writing. The end of nations and nationalism, the coming together on equal terms of all people from all over the planet under a benign technocratic government, the eradication of injustice, inequality, and ignorance, the protection of the earth. And he was ready to work between and among multiple literary genres, including some he invented, to get there. He produced fiction, popular history, science, and economics, manifesto, a Declaration of Human Rights, which preceded by a half-decade and was a model for the UN's Universal Declaration of 1948, pamphlets, film, and radio broadcasts. And all of these were heard, seen, and read by millions of readers and listeners around the world. We can hear in that passage I just read how much of war is folded into this after-war vision, its struggle, restlessness, conquest, and technology. Without war wasting our lives and resources, what might we accomplish, was one of Wells's great questions. If the modernist writers who were his contemporaries and whose aesthetic practices have obliterated all others of their era from our memory, if they believe that art should take on these big questions only obliquely, if at all, and should stake its claim on the territory of psychic life, Wells had a different goal, of an activist writing that would be ready to show the culture back to itself in new, sometimes nightmare, sometimes utopian guises, with the hope of shaking out its complacency, installing instead a form of engaged citizenship that would not stand for war. His aim, even as the years passed and the likelihood that World War I would produce any lasting peace became laughable, was to keep working indefatigably on new projects and innovations so that war still will have ended war. That phrase touched a nerve with his contemporaries and was used constantly, even if, as today, its most radical meaning was rarely gleaned. And yet, the questions it raises have continued to confound our culture. What is the relation between one war and other wars? Of this war we are in now to all wars before, of this war we are in now to the wars of tomorrow. How do we reconcile the experience of the intense presentness of war's violence with a historical understanding that wars always have followed and generated one another? In the case of the First World War, when exactly does the populace recognize itself as living between two wars? And what then does the new condition of between wars mean for our and their understanding of the First World War itself? In other words, we keep asking how each war enters into the larger history and general condition of war. and, at least in Wells's terms, how it might ever be possible to terminate that seemingly endless sequence, bringing one and all to an end. One of the most interesting facets of the idea of a war that will end war is that it precisely conjoins the exceptional. This war is different. It will be the turning point and the one to change history. And the continual. This war is one in a long and, from some points of view, never-ending series of war. It is really peace that is exceptional. I find these suggestions about individual wars giving way to something like the condition of war to be very compelling and explanatory, and have been moved by the work of scholars who have begun to theorize these ideas. For instance, Mary Favret, in her wonderful book, War at a Distance, which concerns mostly the Napoleonic War era, offers the idea of what she calls wartime as traversing the categories of present and past. As she writes, quote, "Wartime has trouble measuring its distance from other times of war. It produces a history of the present always permeable to other presents, other wartimes." And then she goes on, "Under the ever-present possibility of unlimited war, wartime itself seems increasingly difficult to restrict or seal off, always vulnerable to invasion from other wars." In a sense, then, Wells's formulation was only inaccurate factually. In its essential questions, it continues to resonate and to haunt us with its combination of unbelievable optimism and utterly certain failure. Or maybe not. Here's President Obama speaking just last week at Hiroshima, quote, "The world was forever changed here, but today the children of this city will go through their day in peace. What a precious thing that is. It is worth protecting and then extending to every child. This is the future we can choose, a future in which Hiroshima and Nagasaki are known not as the dawn of atomic warfare, but as the start of our own moral awakening," unquote. Wells himself continued for years to realize the meaning and promise embedded in his own idea, restlessly creating new kinds of work that might embody the basic principle that the crisis of war, its emergency, can be made to engender its opposite, permanent peace. From even before World War I, Wells always saw a world on the brink of disaster. As he succinctly put it in 1920, quote, "Human history is becoming more and more a race between education and catastrophe." As temporalities, the emergency of oncoming destruction, catastrophe, and the potentially extended duration needed to create the conditions such that the war will finally have ended all war, education, do not overlap. But they join together in structuring Wells's thought, work, and activism as he barrel ahead through decades of intensely creative efforts to make his tools, literature, language, and the imagination, the harbingers of peace. There is something of Achilles' shield in this, a way of thinking oneself through war and art and out the other side. Thank you.
Difficult, because of the conjunction of your talk and Adam's, not to think that the progress toward peace that was the life endeavor, as you've described it, of Wells, or for that matter, Obama's "The Future We Can Choose," is subject to distraction, and that somehow it goes off. I'm also mindful of the fact that, as many of you here will be, that this week there were two, I think, NPR reporters who were killed in Afghanistan trying to describe the war. So a version of that disaster that we know happens with attempts to describe, to characterize, to capture the violence of war. I will now, and I'm struck by the presence of the visual images in your talk and in so many of them, but I will now ask Luc Menand to talk about what we're looking at. There you are. Thank you.
Hi, I'm thrilled, as I think all of the FOS, the Friends of Stephen, are thrilled to be asked here, to invited here to help honor him for his many contributions to the subjects that we all care so much about, as a critic and as a scholar, also as an editor and a theorist. I'm going to begin by saying something about Stephen's contributions in another area, contributions that would probably not be widely known to people who haven't been his colleague, and that's his work as a teacher. And I'm not getting off the program by starting this way. I'm going to say something about his teaching that I think is connected to the topic of my talk. It's really been one of the great good fortunes of my career to have taught a course together with Stephen for many years. I think we've taught this course 7 times together. And the course basically consists of the most rewarding works that we can find from Homer onward, and we teach it mostly to college freshmen. So as a result of this arrangement, I've had the incredible experience of listening to Stephen lecture on Homer, Sophocles, Augustine, Dante, Shakespeare, Montaigne, Rousseau, Proust, Nietzsche, and the cave paintings of Lescaut. Are you jealous? You should be. It was an amazing experience. It's very funny to be in this format because this is the format that we teach in. This is a much nicer chair. It's been an incredible experience, and I want to say a little bit about what makes Stephen's lectures so exceptional. And by way of just telling a quick story, the first year we taught the course together, we were walking from our offices to the classroom, and the lecture was scheduled to be on Hamlet. I thought it'd be gracious if I let Stephen give that lecture. And I asked him in the course of our stroll whether he was planning to talk about the textual history of the play. And he said, well, he didn't think that would be very interesting to undergraduates. And I said something like, well, it might be interesting for them to realize how unstable these texts are that we study, and how the text that they're focusing on is a product of a whole history of transmission. And he said, well, I don't know, maybe, you know. So we walked into the classroom, and he talked for 45 minutes about the bad quarto of Hamlet. And it wasn't just that he had this information at the top of his head and the tip of his tongue, and could also turn it into a compelling and cogent lecture. But at the end of that whole class, he'd made the students understand something about Hamlet from this very unpromising place where he hadn't even planned to begin. So I've always believed that literary criticism or interpretation or whatever it is that we do when we're trying to make sense of these texts and these images are fundamentally ad hoc. It's all a web. It doesn't really matter where you get into the web. And in this case, a corrupt text could get you eventually to arrive at a holistic understanding of the object and its conditions. I've never known anyone who can do this as naturally as Stephen can, and I know he's inspired many students by helping them to see the interconnectedness of the world of meanings that they inhabit, and we all inhabit, and by seeing that interconnectedness, understanding something about themselves. So, in trying to find a topic to use to honor this great humanist, this scholar of Shakespeare, this lover of antiquity, I thought that military photography might be a good bet. I figured it's one thing Stephen probably doesn't already know everything about. I could be wrong about that. So this famous photograph, which I'm going to talk about, was taken on May 2nd, 1945, and that is a photograph of a Red Army soldier raising, obviously, the Soviet flag, and he's on the roof of the Reichstag building in Berlin. And the picture represents the culmination of the war on the Eastern Front that had begun almost 4 years earlier, in June 1941, when Germany invaded the Soviet Union. So on May 2nd, 1945, when this photograph was taken, Hitler was already dead. He had killed himself on August 30th. And a week after the picture was taken, on May 9th, Germany surrendered and the war in Europe was over. So the man holding the flag is a Red Army soldier named Alyosha Kovalov, and the man who's supporting him below is named Abu Khahim Ismailov. And the version of the photograph that I'm showing you is the original image, and it contains a notorious detail, what we might call a visual solecism. And you can see that on his right wrist, Ismailov is wearing on his both wrists, he's wearing 2 wristwatches. Now, the war in the East, by design, was a Vernichtungskrieg. It was a war of extermination. Both armies, the Wehrmacht and the Red Army, pursued scorched earth policies. They killed and enslaved prisoners of war and civilians. Soviet casualties in that war are estimated to have exceeded 26 million people. That's 15% of the population. When, after the Battle of Stalingrad, the Soviets began to push the Germans back out of Russia, they reciprocated the German savagery. In every country the Red Army liberated, except Bulgaria, with which Russians felt some ethnic affinities, they brutalized the population. Soviet soldiers are believed to have raped 2 million German women. And there was also, of course, looting. Most Soviet soldiers had never seen a wristwatch, and these became prize trophies. So when the man who took this photograph, who worked for TASS, the Russian news agency, took the picture to the office of TASS in Moscow, his editor told him they could not print a photograph showing a Russian soldier with 2 watches. This man is a looter, the editor said, and it is well known that Soviet soldiers do not loot. So the photographer scraped the watch off of the negative with a pin. The photographer's name was Yevgeny Haldy. That's the watch. Haldy is one of the great photojournalists of the first half of the 20th century. He ranks with Robert Capa, whom he knew, and he's responsible for some of the iconic images of the Stalinist era. He photographed in his career every Soviet leader from Stalin to Yeltsin. And this picture here, you see him on the left, obviously at the Nuremberg trials, which he photographed. The Nazi defendant who was hiding his face is Hermann Göring, and Göring was a particular obsession of Haldy's. Haldy arranged all kinds of surreptitious maneuvers to get as close as possible to Göring to photograph him. He got some incredible pictures of his face. Göring knew from this history with the photographer that Haldy desperately wanted his own photograph taken with Göring, and that's why he's hiding his face to sabotage the picture. Like most Soviet citizens of his generation, Haldy worshipped Stalin. He was a patriot. He was a Jew, born in Ukraine in 1917. His mother was killed in a pogrom by the Black Hundreds, and she was holding Haldy, the baby, was 1 year old, in her arms when she was shot, and the bullet passed through her body into his chest and had to be removed. 13 years later, in 1941, when the Germans invaded, Haldy's father, his grandparents, and all of his sisters and half-sisters were killed along with the rest of the Jews in their town, Stalino. They were thrown alive into a mine shaft by the Germans. By then, 1941, Haldy was working as a photojournalist with TASS. He also had a rank of lieutenant in the Soviet Navy. He covered the entire war between Russia and Germany, from 1941 to the end. And he followed the Red Army into Berlin, where he took, along with many other remarkable photographs, the photograph that I'm discussing. So what are we looking at, actually? First of all, This is a picture of a reenactment. The photograph, as I said, was taken on May 2nd, 1945, but the Soviets had taken the Reichstag building 2 days before, on the night of April 30th, and a soldier is supposed to have raised a flag on the roof on that night, though if someone did so, apparently it was either shot down or removed. By May 2nd, when this scene took place in this photograph, all the fighting in Berlin was ended. Secondly, without getting into flag ontology, that is, what would such a thing as an imitation flag be? A flag. We can say that the flag in this picture is a prop. Haldi had manufactured it himself in Moscow. He'd obtained a bolt of red cloth, not difficult to find in Stalin's Moscow. And this cloth actually was normally used to make tablecloths for state banquets. Haldi took this cloth to his tailor, and he and the tailor stayed up all night manufacturing 3 Soviet flags. And the hammer and sickle on the flag were also made of cloth, and they were sewn on to the flag by Haldi and the tailor. And he took all 3 flags with him back to Berlin, and he staged photos of soldiers holding the flags at different locations in the city, including one outside the Brandenburg Gate. So this is the third of the 3 flags that Haldi made, and the third of the photographs, or the third of the settings that he chose to photograph it in. So it was Haldi who decided to stage this Reichstag building photograph, and he recruited 2 soldiers, Kovalov and Izmailov, and he took them to the Reichstag building at 7 a.m. on May 2nd. So it's actually early in the morning when this picture is being shot. Parts of the building were still burning, and there was, of course, a lot of rubble, as there was everywhere in Berlin, an incredibly bombed out city. But they managed to get to the roof, and then Haldi set about directing the shot. So this picture here was taken by another photographer. His name is Vladimir Grønmo. And you can see that although one of the soldiers is carrying a weapon, the conditions are actually quite peaceful. It also makes it clear that Haldi was not the only photographer who was trying to take pictures on the roof of the Reichstag building on the morning of May 2nd. Haldi shot many versions of the flag raising. I'm going to show you a few of them. And this, of course, is the one he settled on. You can see that compositionally, this is the most dynamic shot. You can also see that he doctored the image not only by scratching out the watch on the right wrist of Izmailov, but also by darkening the sky, by adding smoke to make it appear that the fighting was still underway and to produce the impression that the soldier raising the flag is in the middle of a firefight and is risking his life. And all these effects are enhanced by the colorized version, which you can buy on postcards today in Berlin. Now, there's another reason why Haldi chose of the images that he had of this particular flag raising, the one that he did choose, with the flag at the exact angle that it's at, this kind of 45-degree angle that cuts across compositionally the frame. And there's a reason why he manufactured those flags and took them to Berlin, and that's because he had the explicit intention of producing a Soviet version of this photograph. And this, of course, is the Iwo Jima photograph. It was taken by a photographer named Joe Rosenthal. It's inevitable that Iwo Jima would come up more than once in a tribute to Professor Greenblatt. Joe Rosenthal worked for Associated Press. He basically had the same role in the American part of the war that Haldi did in the Soviet part of the war. And his famous picture was taken on February 23rd, 1945. So that's a little more than 2 months before the Berlin photograph that we looked at by Haldi. After Rosenthal took this photograph on Iwo Jima, the roll of film that he used, he did not develop. It was flown to Guam And then it was processed there, and within 48 hours, the photograph was circulated around the world by Associated Press and appeared on front pages everywhere. So this is the New York Times on February 25th, which is only 2 days after the picture was taken on Iwo Jima. Now you can see from the sidebar to that lead story in the New York Times that the legend of the flag raising, that it had taken place under enemy fire, accompanied the photograph in its first iterations, its first appearance in the national press. So the New York Times writes that the platoon sergeant, Ernest Ivy Thomas Jr., 21 of Tallahassee, Florida, was identified today as the Marine who raised the United States flag atop Mount Suribachi during the height of the battle for the extinct volcano. Yesterday, Thomas broke out the ensign, which was about 3 feet long, while his company was under enemy sniper fire. That's actually quite false story, but it contributed to the idea that the Marines are, again, engaged in a risky activity. Roosevelt loved the image. He ordered it used on posters for war bonds. It was also on a postage stamp. And actually the same thing happened with Huldy's image. There's many postage stamps in the various countries, communist countries, using the Huldy's flag image as well. And Rosenthal was awarded a Pulitzer Prize for that Iwo Jima photograph. So what are we looking at in this instance? So Rosenthal's photograph was also of a reenactment, because the flag raising had taken place earlier that day on the summit of Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima, which is an unbelievably tiny island. It's about 8 square miles in southern Japan. And the reason Rosenthal was there on the summit of Suribachi, which is also pretty small, that it's an extinct volcano, it's a little less than 600 feet high, was that he had heard about an earlier flag raising that had taken place that day, but he had missed it. In fact, that flag raising had also been photographed. This is a photograph of it by a man named Lou Lowry, who was a photographer with the Marines. And these photographs by Lowry show that the first flag is being removed and being about to be replaced by the second flag, which is the flag, the reenactment flag that Rosenthal's picture is of. So why was the first flag removed? Because the Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, wanted it as a souvenir. So much to their annoyance, the Marines found a second flag, much bigger flag, and had carried it up the hill, along with a length of pipe to attach it to. As you can see, the second flag is much larger. It's 96 inches by 56 inches, and it had been salvaged from the attack on Pearl Harbor. So Rosenthal was at the bottom of the hill when he heard from Lowry, who'd come down and taken this picture, there was going to be a second flag raised. And distressed that he had missed the opportunity to take the first flag raising photograph, he and another photographer named Bill Campbell, along with a Marine sergeant named Bill Gnaust, who had a movie camera, all rushed up the mountain to take pictures of the flag raising. So there were 3 people at the flag raising who were there strictly to make pictures of it. So this is the uncropped version of Rosenthal's photograph. You can see it's a big flag. It's a very heavy pole, but there are 6 Marines who are trying to raise it. The act of raising the flag took 4 seconds. I'll prove that for you in a minute. And Gnaust was standing, who had the movie camera, was standing right in front of Rosenthal. I'm going to show you his film of the flag raising. And you can see that Rosenthal's image, just like Huldy's, represents a heroic, as a heroic struggle, which was really what was really mainly a very awkward attempt by too many people to deal with a cumbersome prop. It was a routine act carried out in broad daylight with photographers present and a bunch of people hanging around. So this is the film of the Iwo Jima flag raising. Yeah. So Rosenthal took 12 photographs. He took a roll of film of the flag raising. And the one that worked for the same compositional and atmospheric reasons that Huldy's photograph worked 2 months later, that photograph is a 1/400 image exposure of a 4-second act. Rosenthal actually had no idea what he'd shot. He just shot 12 exposures. He later said he wasn't even looking through the viewfinder when he took this particular photograph. He did not develop the pictures. That was developed by someone in Guam or at the Associated Press. And the famous photograph was picked out by that person, not by Rosenthal. And once it was selected by whoever this anonymous person was, it was transmitted by radio telegraph through Associated Press, and that's how it got onto front pages everywhere, and that's how Haldi saw it, because it was reproduced in magazines and newspapers in Soviet Union as well. So it really was this photograph is very close to a fluke. For the Marines on Iwo Jima, as for the Red Army soldiers in Haldi's photograph, there was nothing special about the reenacted flag raising. The whole thing was a photo op. There's even a photograph of the photographers taking pictures of each other on Mount Suribachi. And this is Rosenthal's back, nearest to you, and to our left, to his left, is Gnaust and his movie camera. These two photographs arguably did more political work than any other images from the Second World War. One of the leading claims of Soviet propaganda after the war was that it was the Russians who had defeated fascism in Europe. That's not entirely true. The Russians had little to do with the defeat of Mussolini, but it is true, to a large extent, of Nazism. Between June 22nd, 1941, when Germany invaded, and June 4th, 1944, D-Day, 93% of German military casualties were inflicted by Soviet forces. In France and Italy, the communists had reasonable claim to have been the forefront of resistance and partisan fighting. So in the battle for the hearts and minds of Western Europe that occupied the first 10 years of the Cold War, Haldi's photograph was the ideal emblem. It was tangible proof that the Soviet Union was first in the race to Berlin. In the United States, the Iwo Jima photograph served a slightly more abstract purpose: to feed gut-level support for the arms buildup that became, in the end, the principal reason the Cold War ended as it did. There are no similar heroic images of American soldiers after Iwo Jima. After 1945, the image of warfare became a mushroom cloud. Rosenthal's picture is a throwback. It signifies the hand-to-hand nature of pre-atomic battle. It seems ironic that a photograph that became a powerful propaganda force for the Soviets and for communism was inspired by and made an imitation of an American picture. But of course, in May 1945, the United States and the Soviet Union were allies. There was nothing transgressive about Haldi's wish to emulate Rosenthal. So, what do we make of all this? The answer is Greenblattian, and it has two parts: everything and not too much. The everything part is that man-made images, texts, sounds, meaningful expressions of any kind all exist in a web of semiosis. Let us call it the World Wide Web of semiosis, www.semiosis.net. Everything is related and relatable. When it gets interesting is when the synapses fire up, when the connections carry a charge. These are the expressions that humanists are drawn to and that we try to understand. Every paper today has been doing that. The relationship between these photographs is therefore, on the other hand, not such a big deal. Once art and ideas have been launched into time and space, they just produce unintended knock-on effects. That's just the nature of meaning. Representations circulate by imitation, misinterpretation, reinterpretation, and misprision. We happen to know that Haldi had seen Rosenthal's photograph because he said he had seen it, but the link could have been mediated, and we would still find things to say about it. It's unlikely, for example, that the photographer for Agence France Presse had Haldi's picture in mind when he took this photograph, or she took this photograph at the Berlin Wall near the Brandenburg Gate. The date is November 11th, 1989. But it is a plausible answer picture to the photograph taken on the roof of the Reichstag building 34 years before. In the Reichstag photograph, the image within the compass of the picture frame, the movement is from east to west, ideologically appropriate. And in the wall image, the movement is from west to east, and it is a civilian, not a soldier, holding the flag, and the gesture is made in peace. In fact, the man in this photograph was actually holding the flag of the Federal Republic to a VOPO, to a member of the Volkspolizei on the East Berlin side of the wall. The point is that any image of flag raising naturally has its place in the chain of similar images. I can sum up what I'm trying to say by letting Nietzsche sum it up. This is a passage from the Genealogy of Morals. Thus, the whole history of a thing, an organ, a custom, becomes a continuous chain of reinterpretations and rearrangements which need not be causally connected among themselves, which may simply follow one another. The evolution of a thing, a custom, an organ, is not its development toward a goal, let alone the most logical and shortest development, requiring least energy and expenditure. Rather, it is a sequence of more or less profound, more or less independent processes of appropriation, including the resistances used in each instance, the attempted transformations for the purposes of defense or reaction, as well as the results of successful counterattacks. While forms are fluid, their meaning is even more so. The web of meaning-making has all kinds of design at the micro level, but there's no design at all at the cosmic level. The point about art and literature is that they just keep going. Thank you.
More and also less clever things to say about the web of interacting meanings that we've heard, but in the papers that we've heard. But I'm also highly sensitive to two things. One, practical, which is that the hour is late upon us, so that we should go to the fourth and last paper of the session. And the other is that the last several papers, at least, are haunted by the peculiar double meaning of what it means to be an eyewitness, so central to Herodotus, from history onward from Herodotus, namely autopsy. That is to say, the possibility of seeing something and dying, or enacting dying and still seeing, is hovering over, for me at least, all of these images at the same time that it keeps going on. And so that as autopsy is an act of the living. I will come to the last of the papers this morning with once more an expression of gratitude for what we've heard thus far. We'll turn to Daniel Jütte, whose title is Living Stones and the Anatomy of Architecture. Thank you, Daniel.
It is a great honor for me to be here today, not least so because I think I'm the only historian at this symposium. Now, what can a historian contribute to a symposium titled Art in Life, Life in Art? The pessimistic answer would be very little. This would probably be Nietzsche's answer, who had a rather low opinion of my profession. In a fragment from the 1880s, he wrote, I quote, "Historians today want too much, and they all sin against good taste." For Nietzsche, a pedantic preoccupation with historical facts is incompatible with the appreciation of greatness, which for him includes the appreciation of great art. Facing great art, the historian must, in Nietzsche's words, take off the shoes at the right time or put on the shoes and leave. Well, this is depressing advice. So it is useful to have an antidote at hand, and I can think of very few antidotes more powerful than the work of today's laureate. Stephen Greenblatt has taught us how to capture the power of past ideas, texts, and works of art by exploring the rich social energy that pulses through them. He has shown us that we don't need to pit low culture against high culture, and that instead we should pass freely, I quote, from zones designated as art to zones apparently indifferent or hostile to art. Even if we choose to approach so-called great works, following Greenblatt's example means that we can disregard Nietzsche's prescription to take off the shoes or put on the shoes and walk away. Instead of walking away, we find a whole set of new footpath to site Kentridge via Homi Bhabha, a whole new set of new trails that might be windy, rugged, and perhaps even muddy, but which are enticingly untrodden. In my talk today, I hope to take cues from the Laureate's work, but I should say right away that I won't talk about the arts in general, but rather about one particular art, namely architecture. What fascinates me about architecture is that it is, in a certain ways, an inevitable, perhaps the only inevitable form of art in our lives. One can live a life without, say, music or literature, even though this might be a rather sorry life. With architecture, it's a different story. Even if we don't care about the art of building, we cannot escape it. We cannot even ignore it. It is part and parcel of our everyday life. Precisely because we cannot ignore the built environment, we have to make sense of it. And that's what we do every day, whether we're aware of it or not. Now, I think many people, especially architects, would argue that we perceive and judge architecture primarily based on its aesthetic or functional qualities. Is a building beautiful? Is it well designed for its purpose? Or perhaps both? These are legitimate questions, but they very much emphasize the formal dimension of architecture. They are, in some sense, rather modern questions. The desire for perfect form and functionality runs deep in modern architecture, culminating perhaps in Le Corbusier's famous notion of the house as machine for living. Historically, there have been other, very different ways of perceiving and conceptualizing architecture. One of these ways was to think of buildings in terms of their likeness to humans, and not just on the level of appearance, but also that of agency. This is what I would like to talk about today, and in doing so, I will try to follow Stephen Greenblatt's call that symposium participants should explore the ways in which pieces of life pass into the formal structure of artworks. So what would be a good example of how pieces of life pass into the formal structure of a building? Well, let me dwell a little on a case from late medieval Venice. Here you can see the Pescheria, a late medieval building that still serves as Venice's fish market. The building, located near the Rialto Bridge, is no doubt picturesque, especially on market days. However, few locals, and even fewer tourists, might know or notice that an eerie past is dormant in these stones. Let me give you some historical background. In 1310, the Venetian authorities quelled an uprising initiated by two patricians, Marco Querini and Baiamonte Tiepolo. The leaders of the rebellion were either executed or exiled, but justice, apparently, was not yet served. A few weeks after the uprising, the authorities stripped Tiepolo's house of its marble reliefs and removed the doors from its main portal. The doors were installed in a nearby church, where they remained on display until the 19th century. The house itself, or rather what remained of it after its mutilation, was razed to the ground. And here you can see the transplanted door, if one can say so, which became a grisly attraction for locals and visitors, and it remained an attraction centuries later, as you can see from this picture drawn by an 18th century Dutch visitor. As to the Querini family, punishing their house turned out to be more difficult. 3 brothers shared ownership of it, only 2 of whom were involved in the conspiracy. The authorities eventually decided to demolish 2/3 of that building. The remaining third became a public slaughterhouse. Before the demolition, the windows were removed and incorporated into the Pescheria. And here you can see those windows which were taken from the Querini family residence. Finally, the authorities turned their attention to those Venetian families who had supported but not led the conspiracy. In the case of the Balduin family, which had been involved in a prior conspiracy, It was publicly decreed that the door of their house be kept perpetually open, day and night. More than half a century later, the authorities expressly upheld this punishment, adding that the open door be secured with, quote, good and thick chains of iron immured in the living stone, in lapide vivo. This episode is just one of many instances of houses being humiliated, mutilated, and, as it were, executed in pre-modern Europe. Such practices seem quite outlandish to us today, as does the idea of living stones in lapide vivo. Indeed, the Venetian case reminds us that our modern understanding of the built environment might be quite different from that of the past. For pre-modern Europeans, the house was more than just the sum of an architectural vision and functional considerations. The house was an actor in its own right, an actor that occupied an important role in social life and that was, to use Stephen Greenblatt's term, bound up with social energy. Human attributes were explicitly assigned to the house. The Italian Renaissance architect Laureate succinctly expressed this idea when he argued that the building is truly a living man, and he added that, as among humans, one will never see any building, or better, house or habitation that is totally like another, either in structure, form, or beauty. This anthropomorphic notion of the house was, to be sure, not an invention of the early modern era. It did, however, see its heyday in that period. I think this had to do with the interplay of three specific factors at the time. The first factor harked back to antiquity, and there was nothing specifically European about it. Like many traditional non-Western societies, pre-modern Europeans did not have a standardized metric system, and therefore the human body often served as an important scale for apprehending and experiencing space. This is also reflected in the etymology of units of measurement from that period, some of which, as you know, are even used to this very day to describe spatial expanses, for instance, words such as foot, span, or cubit. The second factor is that Christianity legitimized and bolstered the entwinement of house and body. More prominently than Judaism and Islam, Christianity employed house metaphors, especially those related to anthropomorphic notions, in order to describe the relations between God and his believers. The New Testament speaks of Jesus as a living stone, while promising believers, ye also, as lively stones, are built up a spiritual house. Finally, the third factor was the renewed interest in Greek and Roman architecture that emerged in the Renaissance. As the master builders and architectural theoreticians of the Renaissance systematically delved into the ancient literature and architecture, they noted how frequently body and building were equated in many of these ancient texts. As a result, the analogy between houses and humans rose to an unprecedented level of prominence. The discourse about the living house flourished throughout Europe during the early modern period. I am not, of course, suggesting that we should read or that contemporaries understood the underlying metaphorical language in a literal way. But at the same time, we should not dismiss the impact of metaphors on the ways in which people construed the built environment around them. As Hans Blumenberg has argued, the historian should not read metaphors literally, but he or she ought to take them seriously. The Venetian case I have described is a vivid example of how the discourse about the house as actor could have very concrete ramifications in reality. The lowest common denominator of the living house discourse was the idea that certain parts of the house could be compared to the human body. Leon Battista Alberti, for instance, referred to the walls and beams of the house as its bones and considered the paneling between them the flesh of the building. According to Alberti, the architect's task was, I quote, to bind together the bones and interweave flesh with nerves. It was particularly common to think of the door as the mouth of the house and the windows as its eyes. Here's a vivid illustration of this idea. One of many illustrations. I could show you just one that captures that particularly well, taken from a 17th century Jesuit treatise. And not surprisingly, perhaps, some architects went as far as to design real doors and portals as oversized mouths, either out of wittiness or in order to inspire awe, or both. A particularly imposing example is the monumental and intimidating mouth-shaped entrance to the Palazzo Zuccari in Rome, built by the painter and art theorist Federico Zuccari in the 1590s. To interpret a facade as the house's face was entirely in line with the etymological origins of the term. The term facade originated in the Italian facciata, which in turn comes from faccia, face. The term facciata had gained currency in Italy in the 15th century, and in its French version, façade, soon spread all over Europe and was adopted in all major languages. A new concept had emerged. Houses, of course, had always had facades, but in medieval Europe, many facades were rather plain and unadorned, owing to both practical and economic limitations. Starting in the Renaissance, the ornamentation and beautification of the facade became, in an unprecedented way, a task in its own right, independent from the interior and meant to maximize the outward effect of the house. So much so that in 17th century England, Francis Bacon noted sarcastically that, quote, houses are built to live in and not to look on. Precisely because houses vied for a distinct appearance and identity, they were also construed as having a life cycle. Indeed, houses were associated not only with anthropomorphic, but also anthropodynamic features. They were born, they lived, grew old, and eventually decayed. Laureate expressed these ideas vividly in his treatise on architecture, written in the 1460s. Like Alberti and Leonardo, whom you can also mention in this context, Laureate argued that houses require continuous maintenance and caretaking lest they, quote, sicken and die like a man. Against the backdrop I've outlined here, it is perhaps not surprising that houses also had names instead of numbers. Throughout early modern Europe, these names served as essential orientation aids in the urban space. As late as the 1850s, a burgher of Zurich reminiscent that, quote, until a few years ago, the names of houses were better known in Zurich than the names of streets. The names of houses were sometimes quite imaginative and even witty. An inn, a hostel, in late medieval Paris bore the name Au Lion d'Or, the Golden Lion, which in oral speech was almost homophonous with au lit en dort, the bed in which one sleeps. And the names of animals were popular designation for homes, for houses, but so were the names of saints or of the homeowners. This way of structuring urban space might seem bewildering to us today, but for early modern people it was not. For them, the name of the house was by no means an incidental or haphazard feature, but rather a natural and integral part of its identity. Unsurprisingly, the government-ordered replacement of house names with house numbers met with considerable resistance. Although authorities first attempted to number houses in the 16th century, this did not become common until the 18th century. Some residents stubbornly kept referring to the house by its name, and sometimes even had the name painted next to the number, as in this case from Basel. What is more, government officials in charge of numbering houses were severely insulted, splattered with water, and beaten up, sometimes even to death, by householders. As a frustrated Austrian bureaucrat reported in 1770, even if the officials managed to accomplish the task, it was not uncommon for residents later to, quote, besmear the house numbers with excrement or scratch them off with iron tools. This brings me back to the topic of houses and violence, in this case, violence to protect the house from being branded with a random number. Here again, we can make sense of such violent reactions only if we keep in mind that the house was construed as having what anthropologists might call an extended personhood, and that the house embodied, in the full sense of that word, the honor and social status of its inhabitants. This, of course, is also the reason why houses could and did become the targets of rituals of scorn and punishment. Naturally, the most exposed parts of the house were the most vulnerable ones. The smashing of windows and doors was an ongoing problem throughout early modern times, and entire treatises were written on this subject, including this 18th century legal treatise titled De Exclusione Fenestrarum, of the smashing of windows. That's a lot of fun for me to read, though I'll agree it's probably not the most galvanizing reading from this period. Indeed, such violent acts not only caused material damage, but by virtue of targeting the facade, they also amounted to an intentional defacement of the house. The most extreme form of punishing a house was to raze it to the ground, a ritual form of punishment attested all over Europe throughout the Middle Ages and the early modern period. This is precisely the legal context in which the Venetian case belongs, a case where, as you might remember, a family residence was executed, torn into pieces, and then incorporated into another building. Writing about early modern literature, Stephen Greenblatt has noted that to him, I quote, "The frequent literary visions of hidden unity seemed like anxious rhetorical attempts to conceal cracks, conflict, and disarray." I think we can and should apply this insight also to the architecture of that period. When we look at seemingly harmonious and often picturesque facades of buildings such as the Pescaria, we should be mindful of the social energy including the bitter social conflict that was immured in these walls and which can, through careful historical study, still crack open. It is, of course, quite difficult for us today to transport ourselves back into a mentality that charged houses with complicity in crimes and construed them, broadly speaking, as actors. It is no doubt a mentality that has become very foreign to us. So this raises the question, when exactly did the living house as a notion die? I think that the 18th century was a crucial moment in this respect. The 18th century saw an unprecedented critique of the analogy between house and body. Consider, for instance, the philosopher Edmund Burke, an influential authority on aesthetic matters, who noted sarcastically that certainly nothing could be more unaccountably whimsical than for an architect to model his performance by the human figure, since no two things can have less resemblance or analogy than a man and a house or temple. Do we need to observe that their purposes are entirely different? What were the reasons for this change in attitude toward the house? One way of answering this question is to link the phenomenon to what the Austrian historian Otto Brunner has described as the rise and fall of the idea of the whole house, das ganze Haus. Brunner argued that in pre-modern Europe, the notion of the whole house was a guiding principle in all areas of life, and that even economic thought was, in his words, not a theory of markets, but a theory of the house. And indeed, it's worth keeping in mind that the term economy comes from oikos, the Greek word for house. According to Brunner, the whole house of the early modern period consisted of more than just the sum of its architectural parts. It was the entire complex of all interpersonal relations, activities, and operations in the house. At the head of this entity stood the lord of the house, who was not just the father of the family, but also master of the servants. It was not the family, in the modern sense of the word, that was the central unit of society. It was the house. Brunner's model has drawn criticism by historians, not least because of its patriarchal nature and its unmistakably anti-modern outlook. But this does not mean that we have to drop the concept of the whole house altogether. It does, however, require greater differentiation. One could argue that the historical process by which the modern concept of the nuclear family emerged was not so much a decline as it was a shift in the house's function. There are four I think there are 4 key aspects to this process, to this shift, some of which are closely connected to what Michel Foucault has called the rise of governmentality in the transition to modernity. First of all, the state began to claim the social responsibilities that had previously fallen into the domain of the house and its master. Second, state-run schools increasingly took the role of the house as a place where children spent much of their youth and where many of them received their education. Third, the house lost its importance as a distinctive legal space marked by patriarchal prerogatives. And fourth, and this was the most decisive factor, the Industrial Revolution led to a growing spatial separation of residence and workspace. As a consequence, houses lost their significance as sites of work and production. So where does this leave us? From a historical point of view, one could say that the idea of the living house has died. However, I don't intend to give a eulogy. Bemoaning the death of the living house runs the risk of painting too idyllic a picture of the past. As I've tried to show, the idea of the living house had its dark, violent sides. Time and again, pre-modern houses became targets of ritual punishments, mutilations, and other assaults. Clearly then, nostalgia is not the right approach to the architectural past. But at the same time, I'm not sure we can claim with confidence that modern times have brought a final or universally satisfying answer to the question of how we should build. To recognize the problematic side of the living house is one thing, but this does not mean that we should prefer houses devoid of individuality, houses that make no attempt to communicate with the urban space in which they are embedded. And there are, as you know, many such buildings in our day, buildings that are monotonous and uniform, buildings reflecting the fact that the production of income has become their main social function. This problem has, of course, not gone unnoticed. Having the honor to speak today here in Norway, I'm reminded of the Norwegian architectural theorist Christian Norberg Schulz and his influential book, Meaning in Western Architecture. In this and other books, Norberg Schulz surveyed more than 4,000 years of architectural history, but he wisely avoided pitting the past against the present. His point was a more general one. Architecture is concerned with something more than practical needs and economy. Architecture ought to be understood in terms of meaningful symbolic forms. What exactly the term meaningful might mean in architectural context, well, that is a question that we can afford to answer in different ways. What we cannot afford, however, is to overlook the importance of the question itself, especially with the rise of sprawling megacities and suburbs of unprecedented scale. In other words, the question of how to build in a way that people find meaningful and relatable, that is a question that is perhaps even more critical today than it was in the past. Thank you.
Remy, my wife and I went to a conference we were recalling the other day in Collioure in southern France a couple of years ago, in which the papers were followed by, in the morning, followed by a 4-hour lunch with wine and I think maybe a nap. That is not our program today. And therefore, though I would love nothing more than to honor the utopian table that is sitting here, I think the body, the living needs of the body need to be served before those of you who have the Sitzfleisch and will to come back for my talk. So I think I urge you not to wander too far off. I think there is Ellen, some food in the back? Yes. For the audience, there will be food in the back. Good. Good. Very good. The doors are not locked, I should say. I mean, if you're desperate. Very good. Thank you to all. Thank you.